Phoenix Knights. Chapter 4309. Anyway, he had 3 lives. Even if he died once, so what? Ling Xiao didn't care. His figure trembled in the void and turned into a sword light that shot towards the Yin ghost. He turned passive attack into active attack. Roar! A terrifying roar was heard. The 9-headed monster actually split up. It turned into a blood-red blood pool and was released. The blood pool was filled with terrifying skulls. These skulls scrambled to pounce on Ling Xiao, covering the sky. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already rushed in. He was surrounded by these terrifying roaring skulls. I can use you guys to practice my sword! Ling Xiao took a deep breath and then exhaled. The East Victory Demon God's sword in his hand turned into 2 swords. He crazily used the 23 dragon subduing swords. From the 1st to the 23rd sword, he began to use it. He constantly tore those skulls into pieces. He cut open the blood-red liquid. In front of this terrifying martial soul, Ling Xiao didn't retreat, although his pace became much slower. But he still continued to move forward. The skulls were shattered and turned into blood light that dissipated. It seems that such a scattered attack really can't do anything to you. However, do you think that this can destroy my martial soul? Too naive! The Yin ghost sneered. The martial soul that had turned into blood light and dissipated condensed again. The 9-headed monster that had appeared before reappeared. And it attacked Ling Xiao from behind. A ferocious huge body. The eyes of the 9th team were filled with ferocious light. It displayed its extremely terrifying pressure. At this moment, it seemed to no longer be a martial soul, but a truly terrifying monster. Seeing these terrifying eyes, many neutral warriors couldn't help but lower their heads. It was too terrifying. At that moment, it was as if they were about to be devoured by that gaze. This kind of power caused their fighting spirit to gradually dissipate. Cold and heartless. Indifferent and ferocious. In the eyes of this giant monster, everything in front of it was like an ant, a dog. It could be killed at will. Ling Xiao sensed the formation of the giant monster behind him. But he couldn't turn around. At this moment, he was in a passive situation where he was being attacked from both sides. Many neutral martial artists broke out in cold sweat for him. Were they really going to be finished? At this moment, Ling Xiao had almost become the spiritual symbol of the neutral martial artists. Once he died, there was no doubt that everyone would collapse. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the 9-headed monster's mouth. The entire demon sovereign city was shaking. The martial artists' hearts were also trembling non-stop. Fear was about to fill their entire bodies. The 9-headed monster opened its bloody maw, revealing its sharp fangs at the same time. Spitting out a bloody breath, it directly bit at Ling Xiao. Everyone's hearts jumped to their throats. Ling Xiao was not as strong as Yin Ghost. Under such circumstances, could he still survive? Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul, I say on! In the next moment, an ice-cold aura spread wildly from Ling Xiao's body. Wherever it passed, everything began to freeze. The originally roaring skeleton instantly stopped moving. Even the 9-headed monster was frozen in an instant. Even though its movements had not stopped, it had become much slower. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but shiver. It was as if the cold wind was constantly entering their bodies through their pores. It made them shiver from the cold. That cold special skill was about to completely freeze the entire earth. Oh my god, how much ability does he have? Whether it was the Yu family's martial artists, or the neutral martial artists, all of them stopped trembling. They looked at the scene here in shock. The battle here was the most shocking and dazzling. Of course, Ling Xiao knew very well that Ice Aeon alone was definitely not enough to destroy the 9-headed monster. Therefore, he had been preparing before. The 23 dragon subduing swords had already been used to the last strike. Double combo, 23 dragon subduing swords, dragon subduing without regrets. A tyrannical combo bloomed from the 2 swords at the same time. The terrifying aura blew the ice crystals in all directions. The deafening sound caused many people to cover their ears. The nine-headed monster was bitten by the two huge golden divine dragons. The ice on its body began to crack. Its movements also became slower and slower. The two sides began to fall into a stalemate. Boom! The terrifying explosion set off huge waves that soared into the sky. Ling Xiao was directly sent flying by the explosion. But the Yin ghost didn't have it easy either. The nine-headed monster was destroyed by the two moves of dragon subduing without regrets, and the Yin ghost's divine consciousness was severely injured. His face instantly turned incomparably pale. The martial soul of the Yin ghost is indeed terrifying. At this moment, many people heaved a sigh of relief. They had long heard of the terror of the Yu family's Yin ghost. Seeing it today, it really lived up to its reputation. Other than the Fire Emperor and Yu Patian, the rest of the people present were probably shocked by this terrifying martial soul. But, come to think of it, this Ling Xiao actually didn't die under the attack of the nine-headed monster? What a fearless monster! Whether it was the Yu family's martial artists, or the neutral martial artists, they all looked at Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao got up from the ground. He was coughing out mouthfuls of blood, and his face was extremely pale. Although he was severely injured, he didn't die. Everyone had to admit that. But up until now, it seemed like Ling Xiao had used up all his strength. Was he really going to fall in this demon's sovereign city today? The Yin ghost stared at Ling Xiao. He couldn't forgive Ling Xiao for killing Yang Ghost. What was even more intolerable was that as a first-level divine physique realm martial artist, he had to use his martial soul to fight a peak 9th level Shattered Core warrior. Most importantly, he couldn't kill Jiang Chen. This was too shameful. The Yin ghost felt that he had really lost all his face. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao today, how could the Yin ghost's reputation be feared by others in the future? Ling Xiao swallowed a handful of healing pills. While healing the wounds in his body, the energy in his cultivation C had increased to 70%. It looked like fighting with a strong warrior was really beneficial. Perhaps after today's battle, his true strength would break through to the heavenly core realm. That would be a huge breakthrough. The Yin ghost was strong, but Jiang Chen wasn't afraid. The Yin ghost still hadn't noticed the effects of the bloodthirsty plague. The Yin ghost's attacks would only get weaker and weaker, and the final victor would be him. Ling Xiao! Listen to me, today, you're not the only one who will die. You're also going to kill all those who follow you. Those people are now using you as their spiritual symbol. I'm going to destroy you now, and let them fall into complete despair. The Yin ghost wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spat out some sinister words. His cold voice echoed throughout the square. The 9 monsters gathered together once again. A blood-red light covered the entire sky and covered Ling Xiao. Little brother! Ling Jiaojiao, who was in the middle of a fight, had an anxious look in her eyes. Don't worry, he's your little brother, don't you know him? He's a cat, he's tough. Sword Maiden Azure Lotus comforted her. Although she hadn't spent much time with Ling Xiao, she knew that Ling Xiao's tenacity was the most terrifying thing she had ever seen. End of chapter. Chapter 43:10. Ling Jiaojiao froze for a moment, then nodded. Yes, ever since the day Ling Xiao entered the cycle of reincarnation, he had never been defeated. Anyway, he had never seen Ling Xiao fail. So this time, he would definitely not be defeated. However, those neutral martial artists did not have that much confidence in Ling Xiao. Obviously, the Yin ghost was completely enraged. Now that Ling Xiao was seriously injured, how could he resist the Yin ghost's powerful attack? The result was already very clear. Ling Xiao was definitely going to die. What a pity. Such an amazing genius was actually going to be killed by a divine physique echelon expert. Sigh, in the end, he was too impulsive. Offending the Yu family, this was probably the only result. Although everyone knew that there was an old man who had lived for more than 100 years after entering the cycle of reincarnation. A divine physique echelon expert. Fighting with an 18-year-old young man who had entered the cycle of reincarnation. This was very unfair. However, a fight between martial artists was not a friendly competition. How could it be fair? In this world, the strong preyed on the weak, and the strong were respected. As long as you were strong enough, you could even do whatever you wanted. Ling Xiao offended the Yu family. It was his bad luck, and he could not blame others. Although everyone knew that he was just trying to survive. Reality was so cruel. Boom! In the next moment, the Yin ghost moved. Carrying a terrifying martial soul, he arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. He punched out with both fists. Ling Xiao's eyes were still shining with a cold light. Although the Yin ghost was a first-level divine physique echelon expert, his strongest martial skill was still at the peak of the 10th Order Emperor realm, which was the same level as the human demon king. He had already suffered this kind of attack before, so he was not that scared. In the next moment, the potential in his body erupted crazily. A golden defensive wall formed in front of him. Bang! Even so, Ling Xiao was still sent flying, falling to the ground like a bloody arrow. Ling Xiao felt that his consciousness was going to blur. However, at the same time, he also felt that the Yin ghost's attack was much weaker. As long as he persevered, victory would be his. Gritting his teeth, he performed the falling plum clear shadow step, preparing to dodge the attack. Stall for time as much as possible. He would use the bloodthirsty plague to exhaust the Yin ghost to death. Humph, do you think you can avoid it like this? In your dreams! The evil ghost snorted, and the entire battlefield turned into a pool of blood. Ling Xiao was like a drowning pedestrian, his speed instantly slowed down. Boom! The attack of the Yin ghost came again. Ling Xiao couldn't avoid it. They could only organize an attack. Attacking in exchange for a breather. The undying fire of the undying bird beast soul. The flames suddenly burst into flames. Eat the blazing deviant fire! It turned into an immortal bird and pounced on the evil ghost. The ghost felt a great threat from the strange flame. However, he still punched out. Even though his arm had been burned red by the deviant fire, and the pain was unbearable, he was still able to endure it. However, it still sent Ling Xiao flying once again. Brat, no matter how many tricks you have up your sleeves, you're still just that weak. I want to see how long you can last. The evil ghost didn't care about the injury on his arm at all. He continued to pounce on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there straight like a pine tree, standing proudly in the heavy snow. Unyielding. Lose or win. Die or live. His proud heart couldn't sink. Is that so? Ling Xiao's eyes abruptly became deep and profound. It seemed to contain the vast universe. The Tyrant martial spirit was released in an instant. But this time it was very strange. The power of the Tyrant martial spirit was actually integrated into Ling Xiao's body, instead of blooming on his back. This strange state made Ling Xiao in the realm of man and soul fusion. This was not a simple martial spirit fusion. Martial spirit fusion was only a fusion between the physical body. Ling Xiao's beast-soul transformation was like this. And now, Ling Xiao felt that the Tyrant martial spirit was perfectly integrated with his soul. The universe was him. He was the universe. That subtle feeling was too mysterious. He had never felt this way before. At this moment, he felt that he was invincible. At least, the evil ghost standing in front of him was no longer his opponent. Many people looked at Ling Xiao. They were waiting for Ling Xiao to finish the last journey of his life. But at that moment, they saw Ling Xiao throw out a punch. It looked ordinary, but it seemed to have condensed the most terrifying power in the world. The evil ghost also noticed it. So he hesitated for a moment. But it was just a moment of hesitation. Bluffing. Do you really think I'm afraid? The evil ghost harumphed and continued his attack. However, when the punch landed on his body, he was stunned. The evil ghost regretted it. Too powerful. This punch was not an ordinary punch. The evil ghost felt like he was the enemy of the entire profound world. That terrifying power was enough to destroy him completely. No. A shrill scream echoed in the sky above the demon's sovereign city. The evil ghost was smashed into pieces by the seemingly ordinary punch. A divine body realm warrior had no inner core. His body was much stronger than a divine core warrior. Under normal circumstances, it was hard to kill him. But if he was smashed into pieces, he naturally couldn't survive. Puff. The moment the evil ghost was killed, Ling Xiao fell to the ground, as if his entire body had collapsed. That subtle state had also completely disappeared. As for him, he couldn't even move an inch. It seemed that that state was not something he was qualified to use at the moment. He even felt that his consciousness was blurring. Death could come at any time. Oh my God! He actually killed the evil ghost! And he killed it with a punch! What's with the last punch? It's so powerful that it made me tremble like I've never felt before. It's like a dream! For a moment, whether it was the Yu family's warriors or the neutral warriors, all fell into a daze. They looked at Ling Xiao in horror. Looking at this incredible scene. As long as Ling Xiao didn't die today, they believed that the legend here would spread throughout the heavenly fiend ghost region. Even other realms. Ling Xiao's name would also spread throughout the 4 regions and 9 realms. What a joke. First, he killed 3 9th-level core-shattering realm warriors. Now, he killed a divine body realm warrior with a single punch. This was really like a dream. It was too exaggerated. But it seems like he's about to die. Even if he really dies now, his name is enough to be passed down through the ages. In the history of the Black Tortoise continent, it will definitely be painted with thick ink. Yeah, it's still a pity. He's only 18 years old when he reincarnated. If he's given more time, he'll become even more terrifying. Yeah, I'm afraid that at that time, even the Devil Emperor won't be his match. Suddenly, a figure dashed toward Ling Xiao. It was Yu Nu. Yu Nu was defeated by Ling Xiao before, so he was resentful. Moreover, his brother Yu Luo was also killed by Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao was dying, it was the best time to kill him. Humph! Shameless! Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. Then, a sword light pierced through Yu Nu's throat. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 43:11. A sword light suddenly appeared and pierced Yu Nu, who was trying to sneak an attack on Ling Xiao. Although it didn't kill him, but it also seriously injured Yu Nu. The one who attacked was Xingyun. Xingyun, are you crazy? Our Blood Spirit sect and the Yu family are allies. The Blood Spirit sect leader roared. So what? I just looked down on this kind of shameless person. The Yu family didn't expect Xingyun to attack at all. So it was very easy. However, while they were still talking, another figure attacked Ling Xiao. This time, it was Yu Lianhua. In fact, at the same time Yu Nu attacked, Yu Lianhua had already moved. It was just that she did it more covertly. And Yu Lianhua was much stronger than Yu Nu. Once she launched a sneak attack, even Xingyun wouldn't be able to stop her. Ling Xiao, go to hell! I want to avenge my brothers! Yu Lianhua was lucky enough to survive the previous battle. But Yu Dingtian and Yu Wentian were killed by Ling Xiao. What he was doing now was to avenge Yu Dingtian and Yu Wentian. Although Ling Xiao looked like he was about to die. But that was just how it looked. Who could guarantee that Ling Xiao would die? Kid, don't really die. Otherwise, what am I doing this for? Fire Emperor was very anxious. But he was attacked by Yu Patian, Yu Xiangtian, and the others. He couldn't get away. He said that he would protect Ling Xiao's safety. If Ling Xiao died, wouldn't he break his promise? Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swords woman also panicked. But at this time, they couldn't do anything. The distance was too far. Yu Lianhua's sneak attack was also unknown. They could only watch as Yu Lianhua's attack blasted towards Ling Xiao. However, in the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. A burst of dazzling light bloomed from Ling Xiao's body. Everyone lost their vision. When they recovered their vision, they found that Ling Xiao was standing there unscathed. And his hand was holding Yu Lianhua's life gate. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Ling Xiao, who was on the verge of death a moment ago, was actually unharmed now. How could they know how powerful Ling Xiao's life reversal was? It was just that this thing was rarely used, so basically no one knew about it. The death of the evil ghost had greatly reduced the morale of the Yu family, and made them feel uneasy. Then Ling Xiao miraculously came back from the dead and captured Yu Lianhua alive. This caused them to be completely terrified. The unknown was the scariest. If they knew that Ling Xiao couldn't be killed, they wouldn't have risked their lives to target Ling Xiao. At this moment, the Yu family's plan was like a joke. "Yu Patian, Yu Xiongtian, why aren't you stopping?" Ling Xiao shouted harshly. "I've killed enough people today. It was enough. I hope that your Yu family won't persist in going about things the wrong way. All I want is for Ling Jiaojiao to become the Demon Lord's successor. Let her step into the residence of the Demon Lord. If you agree, then today's battle can be declared over. If not, then wait for the Yu family to completely disappear from the Fengdu Devil Kingdom." Ling Xiao really didn't want to use the full power of the demonic epiphyllum. This thing was his greatest trump card. At least before he advanced to the Divine Body Realm, this trump card could help him do a lot of things. It would be best if he could keep it. As for the Yu family's matter, it wouldn't be too late to completely deal with it when he truly became strong in the future. Of course, this was just his own thoughts. The Yu family might not agree to it. In your dreams. As expected, Yu Patian wouldn't agree. Even if Ling Xiao killed Yu Lianhua, he wouldn't agree. If Yu Lianhua died, they could still nurture more Yu Lianhua. As long as the Yu family's highest combat strength wasn't destroyed. Then the Yu family wouldn't disappear. He was still very clear about this point. Is that so? Then don't blame me. Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly reached out his hand and pierced into Yu Lianhua's body. He crushed Yu Lianhua's inner core. Energy surged into his body. The depleted potential was instantly replenished. Not only that, but the King of Trolls had also finally taken shape. With the power of the human Devil King, Yu Wentian, Yu Dingtian, Yang Ghost, Yu Lianhua, and a Divine Body Realming Ghost. The King of Trolls had achieved a breakthrough. He had finally stepped into the Divine Body Realm from the core-shattering realm. This would become Ling Xiao's greatest trump card before the Divine Body Realm. Therefore, he could boldly enjoy the full power of the demonic epiphyllum without worry. Release, demonic epiphyllum. As Ling Xiao's voice sounded, thunder and lightning suddenly intertwined in the sky. Thick clouds covered the sky. The entire Thunder Mountain seemed to have welcomed its doomsday. In the terrifying scene, the phantom of a demon emperor appeared. This illusory figure was actually condensed behind Ling Xiao. The demon emperor turned into a demon emperor and became even more realistic. Damn it, that brat actually used the demonic epiphyllum. Ancestor, quickly kill him. Yu Xiangtian was anxious. When Ling Xiao was still in the core-shattering realm, he was already able to kill a Divine Body Realm expert. If this guy advanced to the Divine Body Realm, who could stop him? No one can stop him. The Fire King roared, and a terrifying and vigorous power completely erupted. He surrounded Yu Patian, Yu Xiangtian, the Blood Spirit Sex Leader, and the Red-Robed Sex Leader. They couldn't escape. Humph, Hai Tian, Heidi. Are you still going to stand by and watch? Don't forget our secret agreement. Yu Patian couldn't escape. Finally, he had no choice but to ask for help from his allies. Truly powerful friends. They came from the deep-sea dragon domain. 2 experts on Yu Potion's level. I was wondering why there was such a strong fishy smell. So there really are deep-sea dragon domain martial artists involved. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Hai Tian and Heidi. If it was him with his true cultivation, he probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to talk to these 2 experts. But today, he was not afraid. You killed the water-white tiger, right? Hai Tian looked at Ling Xiao with contempt on his face. Even if Ling Xiao used all the power of the heavenly demon epiphyllum, he still had nothing to be afraid of because they were still stronger than Ling Xiao. Water-white tiger? That's right, I killed it. So what? Ling Xiao thought of the sea species martial artist who died outside Purple Spirit Country. At that time, the water-white tiger wanted to take advantage of him. So he killed it. He had almost forgotten about this matter. He didn't expect the deep-sea dragon domain people to find out. It seemed like there was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. But thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. At that time, when he killed the water-white tiger, quite a few deep-sea dragon realm martial artists escaped. Being found out seemed to be a very normal thing. It's good that you admit it. Hai Tian smiled faintly. Since you admit it, then die. Heidi, go and kill those neutral martial artists who caused trouble. Today's matter must not be known to the outside world. Otherwise, when the Devil Emperor investigates, I'm afraid that the deep-sea dragon domain and the heavenly demon ghost domain will have a war. Our plan will also be obstructed. Got it, brother. Heidi smiled and looked at Ling Jiaojiao, Forefather Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Sword Lady, and the others below. Let's start with Ling Zhao's friends and family. End of this chapter. Chapter 43:12. You want to attack someone else? Aren't you underestimating the power of the demonic Sirius? Or are you underestimating my power? Ling Xiao had already expected them to do this. If one of them already possessed overwhelming power, then the other would naturally choose to kill the others. Then, they would distract Ling Xiao. This way, it would be easier to defeat Ling Xiao. However, it was a pity. Since Ling Xiao had expected it, he would naturally make preparations in advance. Boundary Martial Spirit, release! Ever since Ling Xiao obtained this martial spirit, it had worked every time. Although it did not have any lethality. But it had an effect that satisfied him. Once trapped, unless the other party killed him, it would be impossible to break the boundary from the inside. Of course, it could be done from the outside. But to destroy it, it would require an extremely powerful force. Moreover, Ling Zhao's preparations were not just this. On the ground, a terrifying formation suddenly rose. Ling Xiao had long smelled the scent of the deep-sea dragon race. Therefore, he had been making preparations all along. The 10,000 beast blood refining formation could gather the power of those warriors who died in battle. The plague bone dissolving formation could work together with the bloodthirsty plague to continuously weaken the opponent's power. And those who were slightly weaker would be directly corroded. It could be said that warriors below the core-shattering realm did not even have the qualifications to step into the plague bone dissolving formation. Not to mention destroying the martial spirit boundary. Finally, there was the lesser myriad lightning immortal slaying formation. The torrential lightning continued to fall and actually absorbed the power of the Thunder Mountain. It made the lightning even more powerful. Even if a core-shattering realm warrior entered, he would be blasted to pieces. At this point, the preparations were complete. Ling Zhao's situation of 1 against 2 was completely formed. Why are the two of you in a hurry to leave? Since you're here, why don't you play with me? Otherwise, wouldn't the power of the demonic Sirius be released for nothing? Ling Xiao looked at Hai Tian and Heidi, his voice still so arrogant and unruly. This guy. Fine, since you want to die so much, us brother and sister will join hands to kill you first. It's not too late to kill your friends and family after that. Hai Tian's voice became solemn. Being looked down on by such a little guy, this feeling was really uncomfortable. Little did they know that Ling Xiao really looked down on them. Before this, although Ling Xiao had fought with the Yin Ghost. But the Yin Ghost obviously did not unleash the true advantage of a divine body realm warrior. In the end, he even killed him with a punch. Now that he entered the body to the realm. That kind of feeling really gave him a kind of invincible confidence. The divine body, as the name suggested, was a physical body that was close to that of a god. The inner core's powers to the body to the body. The power in his body was no longer called true essence, but divine essence. The nature of divine essence far surpassed true essence. The reason why he was able to defeat the Yin Ghost was most likely because his quintessential essence was stronger than the quintessential essence of an ordinary warrior. Furthermore, After fusing with the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, it was already infinitely close to divine origin. But getting close was just getting close. The feeling of true divine essence was completely different. That was why he could feel how powerful he was. Unfortunately, this feeling would only last for half an hour. Half an hour later, the power of the heavenly demon epiphyllum completely disappeared. Ling Xiao would return to his perfected earth core realm cultivation. Therefore, he had to remember this feeling. This was crucial for his advancement to the divine body realm in the future. This was also the real function of the heavenly demon epiphyllum. Compared to temporarily having the power of the divine body realm, it was obviously more important for a warrior to comprehend the feeling of the divine body realm. Kill! Ling Xiao did not hesitate. He held the Dongxing Heaven Sword and the Dongxing Demonic Sword. 1 against 2. But he could handle it with ease. Maybe the Dongxing Ancient Emperor is stronger than I thought. Ling Xiao could not feel it at all if he had not reached this realm. He used to think that the Dongxing Ancient Emperor was only at the extreme core realm. But when he really reached the divine body realm, he understood. The Dongxing Ancient Emperor and the Dongxing Ancient Empress should have reached the divine body realm. Unfortunately, they failed at the last step. Their bodies were destroyed, and they could only condense their inner core and inject the power of the divine body realm into it to preserve it. Kill him! At this moment, Hai Tian and Heidi had already launched their attacks. Since they could no longer follow the original plan, the only thing they could do was to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. However, Ling Xiao held 2 swords in his hands, showing off his abilities. Hai Tian and Heidi could not get close. The terrifying sword chi made the 2 of them feel very uncomfortable. That's impossible! Someone has used the heavenly demon epiphyllum before. At most, it has the power of a divine body realm first level. This kid's strength is completely not weaker than the 2 of us. Hai Tian frowned. Yeah, it's too strange. Could it be that what Yu Patian said is true? That this kid is actually the Golden Emperor's illegitimate son? Otherwise, it can't explain his terrifying aptitude. Heidi added. It's too late to say anything now. If we can't kill him, with the Golden Emperor's temper, he will definitely take revenge. So today, the 2 of us only have one choice. That is to kill Ling Xiao and all the people here who might leak the information. Hai Tian said spiritually. Including those trash allies? Heidi also said spiritually. That's right. Just leave Yu Patian and use Xiangtian. Kill the rest. Don't leave anyone alive. Otherwise, if there are too many people, some idiot might leak the information. Hai Tian said coldly. Because they were spiritually communicating, others did not know what they were talking about. Even the members of the Yu family probably didn't expect that these 2 fellows would have the intention of silencing the Yu family. Are the 2 of you discussing some kind of evil scheme again? Unfortunately, it's useless. Today, you will all die here. Ling Xiao sneered and performed the 23 dragon subduing swords with both hands. Combined with the power of the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword. In addition to the power of the Heavenly Demon Epiphyllum. And the influence of the Spectre Emperor. Originally, it could only reach the peak of the 9th Order Emperor realm. But now, it could erupt with the power of a peak 10th Order Emperor realm martial skill. As the 2 swords danced, the demon sovereign city shook continuously. Sharp sword auras flashed in the martial spirit barrier. At this moment, Ling Xiao was extremely powerful. Of course, this power did not belong to him. So he had to experience it personally and comprehend it well. He wanted to make this power his own. Piercing Dragon Eye. Destroying Dragon Horn. Killing Dragon Descendant. Move by move, move by move. The 23 dragon subduing swords was also constantly improving. He became more and more skilled. At the same time, the battle outside was also going on fiercely. Under the leadership of the Green Lotus Swordswoman, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Ling Jiaojiao, the 3 peak 9th level Shattered Core Realm martial artists. The situation of the Yu family and their allies was not good. Their only hope now was that the Fire Emperor was killed. Or Ling Xiao was killed. No matter which of these two battlefields ended the battle, the Yu family could fight back. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43:13. On the Fire Emperor's side, the towering fiery star city formed a huge barrier. Yu Patian and the others were completely trapped inside. They couldn't get out at all. They could only fight the Fire Emperor with all their might. I understand your identity now. You are the Fire Emperor of the City of Gold, Yu Xiangtian suddenly exclaimed. After fighting for so long, he finally realized what was going on. One was good at alchemy, and his control of flames was very strong. He was also a divine body realm expert. Who else could it be but the Fire Emperor? At the very least, he had never heard of a second person like him. Hee, you're not too stupid after all. But isn't it a little too late to find out now? The Fire Emperor sneered. Fire Emperor, why are you helping that Ling Xiao? Could it be that he's really the illegitimate son of Huang Jindi? Yu Patian roared. What if I say yes? The Fire Emperor chuckled. As expected. The Fire Emperor's casual words made Yu Xiangtian and Yu Patian believe him without a doubt. He had such a powerful aptitude, and Patriarch Scarlet Flame and Sword Lady Green Lotus were protecting him. Now, even the Fire Emperor had appeared. If they said that Ling Xiao had nothing to do with the City of Gold, even if Ling Xiao admitted it himself, they wouldn't believe it. Since he's the son of Huang Jindi, aren't you afraid that Hai Tian and Heidi will kill him if you fight with us here? You should understand that those two old fellows are not inferior to me, Yu Patian. Yu Patian began to attack mentally. What are you worried about? The one who will die won't be that little guy. The Fire Emperor now believed in Ling Xiao completely. After all, he had never seen anyone who could kill a divine body realm martial artist at the core-shattering realm. The quality difference between true essence and divine essence was huge. Even Ling Xiao could win. Now that Ling Xiao had used the demonic epiphyllum to obtain divine essence, how could he lose? On the other side, Ling Xiao's attacks continued. From time to time, he would use the Beast God's special skill to control his opponent. This made Hai Tian and Heidi very depressed. Even they could feel the terrifying power of the Beast God's special skill. Compared to their all-out attack, it was actually not inferior at all. They now understood why Shui Baihu died in Ling Xiao's hands. This kid was really not an ordinary person. That kind of desperation really made people tremble with fear just by looking at it. If possible, they really didn't want to kill Ling Xiao. What they wanted the most was for Ling Xiao to become their disciple and inherit their legacy. However, this was obviously not possible. With Ling Xiao's character, he would not give in so easily. The two of them looked at each other, and no longer held back. They both entered their orc forms. The sea race martial practitioners of the deep sea dragon field were basically the same as the beast race of the savage beast field. It was just that one lived on land while the other lived in the deep sea. The beastmen form of the sea race warriors not only had the speed and agility of humans. Furthermore, he also possessed the terrifying strength of the oceanic race. Hai Tian was obviously a dragon shark. Heidi was a Baiji dolphin. Their orc forms were quite beautiful. However, Ling Xiao didn't have time to appreciate it. When they entered their orc forms, these two fellows' strength had clearly soared. Even on land, they could control the flow of water. This flow of water did not come from the water element in the air. Instead, it was a water flow from another dimension. The martial soul barrier suddenly became oppressive. A violent flow of water began to form. That power was truly frightening. Kill! The moment they finished transforming, Hai Tian and Heidi attacked Ling Xiao from different directions. They were not Yin ghosts or Yang ghosts. The 9-snake poison field could not kill them. Therefore, Ling Xiao changed his strategy. Canopy Beast Soul Transformation! The Canopy Beast Soul Transformation was definitely not as powerful as the Unbounded Heavenly Rat Soul Transformation in a normal battle. However, in a water environment, his combat strength far surpassed the Unbounded Heavenly Rat Soul Transformation. If they don't die today, I will die. Sister Jiao Jiao will die. My friends will die. Therefore, I have to win. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao was able to persist in this battle. Because he knew that he absolutely could not lose. Only by fighting to the death could he protect everything he wanted to protect. It had been a long time since he felt so fired up. However, the fired up him would not lose his calm. If he was like a moth flying into a flame, it would be useless no matter how strong his willpower was. However, reality was different. There were no tricks. The reason why he dared to fight these two divine body realm powerhouses. It was because he had this power. This power was given to him by the heavenly demon Epiphyllum. From the moment he stepped into the heavenly demon ghost realm, he had already been preparing for today's battle. Therefore, it was not luck that he could win. It was hard work and intelligence. At this moment, whether it was the 23 dragons subduing swords or the 4th stage of the 12 divine beast technique, they could not pose too much of a threat to Hai Tian and Heidi. There was a threat, but it was impossible to kill the other party. In the end, the deciding factor would still be the beast god's power. Of course, there was also the power of the Spectre Emperor. The Spectre Emperor was the demonic aura he absorbed during the battle. At this moment, it had already become one of his offensive abilities. The huge Spectre Emperor waved its fists and kept attacking Hai Tian and Heidi. It cooperated with Ling Xiao's 23 dragon subduing swords and the beast god's special skill. Previously, the advantage was still quite obvious. However, when the opponent entered the sea beastman form, he felt that it was not quite right. Ling Xiao did not hesitate. He directly released the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. This was the Martial Soul barrier, and it was surrounded by 3 layers of formations. The people outside could not see it. As for the 2 inside, he did not intend to let them leave alive. Unfortunately, he could not find the subtle feeling he had when he killed the Yin ghosts. The Sky Tyrant Martial Soul still appeared behind him. It was majestic and spectacular. At the same time, in the vast universe, 10 giant beasts appeared. Peerless Heavenly Rat, Blood Lightning Bull Demon, Yin Yang Universal Tiger, Hell's Shadow Rabbit, Frost Divine Dragon, King Kong Divine Ape, Hell Hydra, Hell Undying Bird, Hell Three-Headed Hound, and Canopy Beast. They were no longer illusions. 10 different colored and shaped giant beasts. They really looked like giant beasts from ancient times. They roared and danced in the Sky Tyrant universe. The majesty of the beast god made Hai Tian and Heidi's expressions become very ugly. Brother, the situation is not right. Why is this kid's martial soul so similar to the human king's mountain river martial soul? Heidi frowned. That pressure made her involuntarily recall the fear of the human king that was hidden in her bloodline. Whether it was the beast race or the sea race, their bloodline was passed down. Their bloodline still contained the memories of the ancient times, although they might not feel it normally. However, once they encountered a special situation, it would be released. 100,000 years ago, the human king's enemies were the sea race. In the bloodline passed down from generation to generation, the sea race naturally contained the fear of the human king. That's right, I felt it too. I didn't expect that the mountain river martial soul that the major forces were looking for would actually be in this kid's hands. Hai Tian also said excitedly. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43:14. In this way, many things can be explained. Why is he so powerful? Why did the Golden City send so many people to protect him? I think the Golden Emperor also wants to get the mountain river martial spirit. Hai Tian was shocked, but also a little surprised. We must kill him and get the mountain river martial spirit. In this way, our deep-sea dragon realm can dominate the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even the eternal desert won't be able to stop us from moving forward. Release your martial spirit. Transformation was just a bloodline transformation. The Sea Clan warriors also had martial spirits. But most of the martial spirits were very similar. Hai Tian's martial spirit was a monstrous wave on the sea. Heidi's martial spirit was a mermaid that could control water. The moment the two released their martial spirits, their strength rose again. At this time, Ling Xiao's two swords had already attacked. They fused with the power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. The power of 10 beast gods fused into one attack. It attacked the two at the same time. 1 against 2, Ling Xiao didn't retreat. Not only did he not retreat, but he also launched an attack. Stop him! Hai Tian and Heidi also joined forces. The two of them activated their divine origin, and the tyrannical power formed a huge water ball. It burst out with a bang. 10 beast gods roared. 23 dragons subduing swords bloomed. It collided with the huge water ball. In an instant, a hurricane seemed to blow in the martial spirit barrier. If it wasn't for the martial spirit barrier, this kind of power could at least raise everything within 100 meters to the ground. At this moment, Ling Xiao was under great pressure. But the power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit was even more terrifying. Hai Tian and Heidi were sent flying by the impact. They crashed heavily on the martial spirit barrier. Ling Xiao didn't have it easy either. It was almost the same situation. It was really not easy to fight 2 against 1. If it was a one-on-one, he might have gained an advantage this time. Hai Tian and Heidi's faces didn't look good. They looked at Ling Xiao and felt fear for the first time. How is it? You two came to the demon sovereign city from thousands of miles away. But you came to die. You two must feel very aggrieved. Ling Xiao wiped the blood stains on the corner of his mouth. Even though he didn't feel good either. However, as long as he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position, he would definitely win this battle. The outbreak of the bloodthirsty plague was still ongoing. Hai Tian and Heidi didn't notice that their strength was slowly weakening. Both of their attention was focused on Ling Xiao. Humph! Kid, you're only relying on the power of the demonic Sirius. As far as I know, that power can only last for half an hour. After half an hour, do you still have the capital to be arrogant? Hai Tian coldly snorted. You're right. In less than half an hour, this power will disappear. But I don't need half an hour to kill the two of you. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. Do you really think that this is my limit? Sanguinary Rat Tier 1. His strength had doubled. The terrifying aura made Ling Xiao even more powerful. The sanguinary rats had 3 levels. The first level wouldn't have any side effects. Therefore, he could use it without worry. An increase of twice his strength was already a lot for the current him. After all, the current him was able to fight 1 against 2, and fight to a draw with the 2 old fellows opposite him. If his strength doubled again, then he could definitely defeat them. In that instant, Hai Tian and Heidi's expressions became even more unsightly. The reason why the strong were strong was because they could sense the arrival of danger. Ling Xiao's aura suddenly increased by 2 times. The blood-red light enveloped the young man. An aura that was enough to threaten them made them very uneasy. Damn it, this kid still has a trump card? Hai Tian gritted his teeth. In order to quickly take down Ling Xiao, they didn't even hesitate to use their martial souls and bloodline power. But now, the other party still had hidden strength. This kid was really too dangerous. A single demonic Sirius could produce such a terrifying effect. They really couldn't let him live. Time waits for no man. If they really waited half an hour for Ling Xiao's condition to disappear, then the demon sovereign city would probably be back to normal. At that time, all their efforts would be for naught. They didn't come here to play. At this moment, Ling Xiao's body was covered in blood-red light. He entered the ultimate heavenly rat beast soul transformation again. However, this time, the ultimate heavenly rat had turned blood-red. And it was obvious that its body had become bigger. Its ferocious face was even scarier than before. The dense murderous aura made people tremble. Brother, this guy not only has the mountain river martial soul, but he's also a beast god martial artist and the primordial godly position. Heidi exclaimed. Treasure. Hai Tian gritted his teeth. This guy must be killed and his primordial godly position and mountain river martial soul. This concerns the prosperity of the deep-sea dragon field and even the entire sea tribe. Ling Zhao's eyes turned blood-red. But this didn't mean that he had lost his cool. This was just the external state of the bloody rat demon. He was still very calm and very powerful. The power that the bloody rat demon had increased was all divine origin. This power made him feel the power of the divine body echelon. Unfortunately, it would disappear in 20 minutes. He had to remember this feeling during this time. This was very important to him. Are you scared? Ling Xiao looked down at Hai Tian and Heidi with a cold and sinister expression. Unfortunately, I won't let you go this time. The water-white tiger is dead. He only had himself to blame for that. And you, like the water-white tiger, asked for it too. Don't be scared. This must be some kind of forbidden technique to increase one's strength. It will greatly affect one's body, Hai Tian said to Heidi. Then, the two of them attacked at the same time. Now, they didn't want to wait. Instead, they wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Because if Yupatian found out about Ling Xiao's secret, or if the Demon Emperor found out about it, they wouldn't have any hope of getting what they wanted. The two of them besieged Ling Xiao again. They unleashed all the power in their bodies and fought crazily. At that moment, they had changed from a pure battle to a greedy battle. Whether it was the mountains and rivers' martial soul or the primordial god position, they were obsessed. However, Hai Tian and Heidi underestimated Ling Xiao, who had increased his strength by 2 times. Ling Xiao's basic strength was already terrifying. 2 times his strength might be 20 times or even 200 times that of others. This kind of increase was suffocating. The two of them fought with all their strength, hoping to defeat Ling Xiao. However, they were the ones who were injured in the continuous attacks. More and more wounds appeared on their bodies. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, became braver as he fought. This was a frustrating situation. The two of them were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They were clearly divine body echelon experts. Ling Xiao only relied on the power of the heavenly demon epiphyllum to temporarily possess the strength of the first-level divine body echelon. In reality, he was just a piece of trash at the perfected Earth Core realm. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come read the mobile version website. Chapter 43:15. They were actually being suppressed by Ling Xiao, a perfect Earth Core realm piece of trash. This was simply infuriating. Hai Tian and Heidi were extremely depressed. Not only did Ling Xiao's attacks become more powerful, his speed was also faster. Hai Tian and Heidi used all their skills, but they couldn't even touch Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's attacks could hit them at any time. If I knew this would happen, I would have used the power of the bloody rat demon. Ling Xiao was a little regretful. Even he didn't expect the increase in strength to be so frightening. It seemed like he still underestimated himself. Rip! The heavenly victory sword pierced Heidi's skin again. Blood splattered everywhere. Although Heidi's injuries quickly healed. However, this situation made Heidi very gloomy and terrified. The strongest thing about a divine body realm martial artist was their physical body. However, she was easily injured by the other party. It was equivalent to losing her strongest trump card. How could she continue fighting? Hai Tian's situation wasn't good either. His body was also covered in wounds. His face was extremely gloomy. Although the martial artists outside couldn't see the situation inside, they could feel it. At this moment, Ling Xiao's aura was obviously stronger. On the other hand, Hai Tian and Heidi's aura was chaotic. They were obviously injured and were constantly running away. It was very depressing. Damn it, a perfect Earth Core realm martial artist. An 18-year-old martial artist was actually able to kill 2 Demon King level experts from the Deep Sea Dragon domain. What on earth had happened in the martial spirit boundary? It was too strange. Time ticked by. The number of martial artists in the Yu family's alliance was decreasing. After all, the Yu family's top fighters, Yu Wentian, Yu Dingtian, Yu Lianhua, and Yang Ghost, were all killed by Ling Xiao. Yuqiren was killed by Ling Jiaojiao. Although they had a lot of people, they didn't have any top fighters. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Ling Jiaojiao, 3 top fighters. Naturally, they had a greater advantage. Yu Patian was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. The Flame Emperor was too strong. At this moment, he really regretted it. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. He could only hope that Hai Tian and Heidi would kill Ling Xiao, and the battle would be over. What the hell are those 2 guys doing? How could a mere Ling Xiao not be dealt with after such a long time? If this continued, once Demon's sovereign city regained its order, all of their efforts would go to waste. Not only that, but the Yu family would also provoke countless powerful forces. I'm afraid I won't be able to establish myself in the Heavenly Devil Ghost region in the future. He really couldn't understand why Hai Tian and Heidi were at a disadvantage. Why did Ling Xiao's aura suddenly become so strong? Inside the martial spirit barrier, Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. This was because Hai Tian and Heidi had suddenly stopped attacking. They seemed to be carrying out some kind of conspiracy. We acknowledge your strength. Therefore, I can only use my final trump card to send you to the afterlife. Hai Tian looked at the time. There were still 10 minutes left before Ling Xiao's demonic epiphyllum's power ended. But they couldn't hold on for that long. Right now, he and Heidi were both seriously injured. If this continued, in another 4 to 5 minutes, they would probably die under Ling Xiao's attacks. Therefore, they could only fight with their lives. Fusion! Fusion, this was a special fighting method that beastmen had. Sea beastmen and beastmen all knew how to do it. However, this fusion came with a huge risk. After the fusion was successful, if they wanted to disintegrate, there was a 10% chance that one of them would die. Because of this, Hai Tian and Heidi didn't do it. Moreover, the fusion could only be done by 2 warriors who were mentally connected. If they couldn't do this, then they wouldn't be able to succeed. Even if they succeeded, they would be broken up very quickly. There was another problem. After the fusion, the duration was relatively short. They would only do this when they were risking their lives. Today, Ling Xiao had really forced them into a dead end. They had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a chance to live. When Ling Xiao wanted to stop the fusion, it was already too late. The fusion was completed in an instant. A new life was born. This person had both Hai Tian and Heidi's characteristics. And his strength had soared by dozens of times. Once again, they crushed Ling Xiao in strength. Ling Xiao, don't feel ashamed. You should be proud of yourself for being able to force us to use the fusion technique. So, you can die in peace. The fusion's voice was very strange, as if it was a hybrid version of Hai Tian and Heidi's voices. However, it was still very clear. It was just that this guy was obviously a little arrogant. Once again, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously. Damn, you still want to force me. Ling Xiao sighed. Originally, he only planned to use the first level of Bloody Rat. But the other party suddenly became so powerful. He had no choice but to use the second level of Bloody Rat. Kill! The fusion attack came. Although it was simple, the power made Ling Xiao feel the threat of death. Not only was the speed fast, but the attack was also extremely powerful. If he maintained his current form, he would definitely be in trouble. Bloody Rat's second level! Boom! An even more terrifying bloody light burst out, as if a bloody flame was wrapping Ling Xiao's body. His hair had turned crimson red and stood on end. This second level could increase Ling Xiao's strength by 10 times on the basis of the first level. But the price to bear was that after the end, his strength would fall by a small realm. This was still acceptable. It was much easier to accept than directly falling by a large realm. That was why Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to use it. Whoosh! I'll give you a good meal! A cold voice sounded. Behind Ling Xiao, a ferocious tiger with black and white stripes appeared. At the same time, the Spectre Emperor fused with the tiger's body. The tiger's power merged into his fists. Wrath of the Black Soul! Ling Zhao's voice was terrifying and gloomy. Wrath of the Black Soul was a special skill that could completely ignore the opponent's defense. It was used to attack the Divine Body Realm martial artists with strong defense. It couldn't be better. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The combined body was directly sent flying, and a blood-red arrow scattered in the air. Ling Xiao was still standing there like a demon god, and he didn't retreat an inch. He coldly looked at Hai Tian and Heidi, who crashed into the martial spirit barrier again. Ling Xiao put away the martial spirit of Tyrant Sky. He put away the martial spirit barrier. These things were still a burden for him, because the second level of the bloody rat consumed too much energy. He needed to reduce the consumption. Moreover, he really didn't need it now. He knew how powerful this attack was. Even if it was a fusion, it would still be destroyed by him. The fusion was actually scattered. Hai Tian and Heidi lay on the ground like dead dogs, looking at Ling Xiao in the air in horror. The martial artists of the Yu family were completely desperate. Chapter 43:16. The Yu family was in complete despair. Yu Patian was in complete despair. The domineering and arrogant young man hovering in the air. His domineering aura was invincible. Every single one of them was shocked. A legend was born today. A perfect Earth Core Realm martial artist killed 3 divine physique echelon experts in a row. Perhaps, even after 100,000 years, the same thing wouldn't happen again. It was truly unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future. Uproar. Despair. The Yu family and their allies had lost their courage to continue fighting. How could they continue fighting? Ling Xiao landed on the ground. He looked at Hai Tian and Heidi who were lying on the ground, panting like dogs. He chuckled and said, "Is this what you want after traveling so far to the demon's sovereign city? Hee hee, I'll fulfill your wish. You can't kill us! Unless you want the Golden Sky region and the Deep Sea Dragon region to start a war!" Hai Tian no longer had any strength to fight back. Facing Ling Xiao, he could only beg for mercy or threaten him. "None of my business!" Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully and killed Hai Tian with a slap. He then absorbed Hai Tian's energy into his body. Just like that, the huge amount of potential he had consumed was replenished. Not only that, his total potential had reached the level of a divine physique realm warrior. In future battles, in terms of total true yuan, no one would be able to catch up with him even if they rode on divine beasts. "Now it's your turn!" Ling Xiao looked at Heidi. This woman was about to tell him his secret. But he ended it right away. His secret couldn't be leaked. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. Buzz. He could feel that at this moment, his foundation had broken through. He had broken through from the perfect Earth Core realm to the early Heavenly Core realm. However, Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. When the bloody rat's condition ended, his cultivation would still drop to the perfect Earth Core realm. Luckily, it was only a drop of a small realm. With the experience of breaking through, he would be able to quickly recover. This wasn't a problem. He turned his head and looked at the other side of the battlefield. Yu Patian and the others were working together to fight the Fire King. A cold light flashed through his eyes. He dashed forward. He wouldn't let go of anyone who tried to take over his sister Jiaojiao's body and tried to kill his friends and family. Chi! The cold sword light cut through the void. The sword pierced Yu Xiangtian's throat. After that, the tyrannical sword Qi began to destroy Yu Xiangtian's body. Yu Xiangtian was only at the first level of the divine physique echelon. He was far inferior to Hai Tian and Heidi. With Ling Zhao's current state, he could even easily kill Hai Tian and Heidi. Not to mention him. "No!" Yu Patian roared. He wanted to save Yu Xiangtian. However, he was stopped by the Flame Emperor. There was no chance at all. "I can't accept this! I can't accept this!" Feeling the rapid loss of function in his body, Yu Xiangtian shed tears of regret. Maybe I was wrong from the start. If he had known earlier that Ling Jiaojiao had such a terrifying younger brother, he would have killed Ling Jiaojiao. He shouldn't have done that. Even if the possession was successful, would the Yu family be safe and sound in the future? This Ling Xiao would definitely exterminate the entire Yu family. He had chosen the wrong target to bully. Regret. Helpless. Despair. At this moment, the dignified Demon King had also fallen into the flow of tragedy. Crack, crack, crack! Right at this moment, a strange sound suddenly rang out. Order in Demon Sovereign City was restored in an instant. Ling Xiao's attack was repelled by a strong force. Yu Xiangtian was lucky enough to survive. He didn't die completely. Seeing this scene, Yu Patian heaved a sigh of relief. In order to save Yu Xiangtian, he did not hesitate to restore order in Demon Sovereign City in advance. Because only in this way would Ling Xiao's massacre stop. Humph, old fox! Ling Xiao sneered, looked at Yu Patian and Yu Xiangtian, and said, "If I relied on the power of the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower to kill you guys today, it's really a bit of an unfair victory. I'll remember this score first. There's still a long way to go. I believe that soon, I'll come to Fengdu Devil Kingdom again. At that time, I'll kill you guys fair and square." This kind of powerful confidence originated from his outstanding talent. Ling Xiao, congratulations on becoming the successor of the Demon Sovereign. Please head to the Demon Sovereign residence. A voice came from afar. In the direction of the Demon Sovereign residence, the door was wide open. But only one person was qualified to enter. Isn't the competition not over yet? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Sister Jiao Jiao, come and challenge me. This is a gift from me to you. Ling Jiao Jiao now had everything of the former Demon Sovereign, but she had not digested it yet. Letting Ling Jiao Jiao become the candidate of the Demon Sovereign was more suitable than him. The key was that he didn't care. And Ling Jiao Jiao nodded and issued a challenge to Ling Xiao. The two of them fought a few rounds as if they were acting. In the end, Ling Xiao was defeated. Half of the Spectre Emperor's aura surged behind Ling Jiao Jiao. Ling Jiao Jiao's spectre grew to more than 100 feet. Go, we'll meet again in the future. Looking at Ling Jiao Jiao, Ling Xiao smiled. Ling Jiao's eyes were filled with tears. She hugged Ling Xiao fiercely and cried loudly. The affection between the siblings was self-evident amidst the cries. Then, she turned and walked into the Demon Sovereign residence. The door closed. From now on, Ling Jiao Jiao would receive the personal guidance of the Demon Emperor. He believed that her strength would continue to advance by leaps and bounds. Ling Xiao knew that he should return to the Golden Heavens domain and continue to work hard. Otherwise, he would really be left behind by Ling Jiao Jiao. As for Qi Niming, Qi Yaoguang, and Black Pearl, they were lucky enough to enter the top 10 and stayed in the Demon Sovereign City. After all, the human Devil King, Yu Qiren, Yu Nu, and Yu Ra had all been killed. Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang could be considered to have benefited. Ling Xiao also took the initiative to give up the opportunity to stay in the Demon Sovereign City to cultivate. This caused many neutral martial artists to be endlessly grateful to him. Because without him, there would be more opportunities. Even someone like the woman in green stayed in the Demon Sovereign City. The key was that most of the Yu family and their allies were killed. There weren't many left. The woman in green was really lucky. Otherwise, with her cultivation, she really didn't have the qualifications. Everyone, see you later! Fire King, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, let's go! After saying that, Ling Xiao flew out of the Demon Sovereign City. In any case, his friends and relatives in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom would not be in danger. He had to work hard for himself. This mission could be said to have been completed successfully. Through the teleportation array, they arrived at Fengdu City. Then, they flew out of the heavenly demon ghost territory. Fire King, this is the blood I collected for you, the blood of martial artists with the heavenly demon heart. Take it back and use it on the golden divine cannon. This blood was naturally Ling Xiao's own. He had bled a lot during the battle. It was not wasted. So he collected a large amount. This was not a small number. So much? Fire King was a little surprised that Ling Xiao was still thinking about him during the battle. I'm afraid it's fake? You are an alchemist, You will know after checking it yourself. I can't take it anymore, I need to sleep well. I'll have to trouble Senior Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus to send me back to Fighting Soul's sacred city. Ling Xiao laughed. End of chapter. Chapter 43:17. The moment Ling Xiao finished speaking, the power of the demonic epiphyllum had already disappeared. The power of the bloody rat had also completely disappeared. Ling Xiao felt extremely tired. So he closed his eyes and fell asleep. This child is really great. For his sister, he didn't hesitate to gamble with his life. This old man has never admired anyone, but I admire this kid. Fire Emperor looked at the sleeping Ling Xiao and sighed. Let's go, I'll escort you to the 3,000 holy city. After that, we'll return to the Golden City. When Ling Xiao woke up again, it was already 7 days later. He had slept for quite a long time. But when he woke up, the fatigue all over his body had completely disappeared. Even his injuries were naturally gone. It could be said that he had completely revived. You've finally woken up. You really gave us a fright. The moment he woke up, Ling Xiao saw Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, Zhao Fengyun, and Jiang Nan. The 4 of them had been guarding here for a full 7 days. It could be said that they were really worried. Holy Lord Jiang Nan? Why are you here? You're now the Holy Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. You have to take care of all the matters. Ling Xiao looked at Jiang Nan and asked. The other 3 were idle people. Only Jiang Nan, he remembered that before he went to the demonic centipede, he was temporarily appointed as the Holy Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. It was definitely not good to keep guarding here. Hearing this, the 4 people in the room shook their heads and smiled bitterly. What's wrong? Could it be that something happened while we were away? Ling Xiao asked curiously. And that's true. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. I've only been the Holy Lord for a few days. The Golden Sky region directly sent a Holy Lord over. This Holy Lord turned out to be the Deputy Holy Lord of the Sword Soul Sacred City. Sent? Ling Xiao frowned and said. Isn't the Golden City not interfering with the 3,000 holy cities' authority? Even so, I'm not a match for this Holy Lord. He was stronger than me, and he had the City of Gold's recommendation. So, according to the rules, he challenged me. Since I lost, I had to give up the position of Holy Master. General Zhao is from the Golden City and he can't interfere, so this is the only way now. Jiang Nan said helplessly. What a joke! You're the Holy Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City that I've personally appointed. Whoever dares to seize your authority will be my enemy, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao would definitely not abandon Fighting Soul's Sacred City. This was the key for the Celestial Empire to enter the 3,000 holy cities. He absolutely could not accept the sudden appearance of a Holy Lord. Most importantly, this Holy Master was the original Vice-Holy Master of Sword Spirit's Sacred City. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Jiang Nan could not help being stunned. How could he say such domineering words? Just what had happened to Ling Xiao in the Heavenly Devil Ghost Realm? Not many people knew that Ling Xiao had gone to the Heavenly Devil Ghost Realm. Other than Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun, there was only her, Jiang Nan. Someone's coming! Ling Xiao suddenly looked towards the door. The aura of a Heavenly Core warrior drifted in. It's Zhang Wu, he's the current Holy Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Jiang Nan also sensed the aura. She furrowed her brows and said. She was an early Heavenly Core warrior. But this Zhang Wu had reached the mid-Heavenly Core realm. His strength was not to be underestimated. But Ling Xiao really wanted to laugh. Right now, a Heavenly Core warrior was not even worth mentioning in front of him. When he was in the Heavenly Devil Ghost realm, he was already invincible under the Heavenly Core realm with his own strength. He even killed Yu Qiong, who was an early Heavenly Core warrior. Early Heavenly Core realm? Mid-Heavenly Core realm? Jiang Nan had become much stronger. Even with such a cultivation base, Jiang Nan did not take them seriously. Before he went to the Heavenly Devil Ghost realm, he wanted to kill Di Tuotian, who was a peak Heavenly Core warrior. But he almost died. If Tyrant was still alive, and Jiang Nan met him again, he would be able to kill him with just a slap. There was no difficulty at all. Bang! The door was directly pushed open. Zhang Wu didn't knock on the door, he didn't even greet Jiang Nan, he just barged in. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at him. This Zhang Wu had the head of a snake and the eyes of a rat. He had a wretched look on his face. Jiang Nan felt disgusted just by looking at him. But if it was just his looks, Jiang Nan didn't really care. After all, it was given to him by his parents, and he couldn't change it. But not only did this Zhang Wu have a wretched look, his attitude was also rude. The first thing he said when he entered was, "Jiang Nan, Ling Xiao! Why aren't you kneeling down when you see me, the Saint Lord?" Of course, these words could only be said to Jiang Nan and Ling Xiao. As for the other three men, he couldn't afford to offend them. Ling Xiao was startled for a moment. This guy was really a typical villain. Was he really stupid, or was he just pretending to be stupid? After all, he had the support of 3 core fragmentation realm experts. Zhang Wu was just a mid-heavenly core warrior, and he dared to challenge Jiang Nan. He was looking for death. Jiang Nan furrowed her brows and said, "Lord Saint Lord, Ling Xiao has just recovered from his injuries, and his body isn't in good condition. So you can forget about kneeling down, right?" "Forget about it?" Zhang Wu sneered and said, "As long as his legs aren't broken, he has to kneel down before me. The reason I'm here today is because I have something to announce." This guy's arrogance was really boundless. Ancestor Scarlet Flame wanted to attack. But he was stopped by Ling Xiao. "This kind of trash, is there a need for Senior Scarlet Flame to attack? Just leave it to me." Ling Xiao stood up. He looked at Zhang Wu and said, "Good, I have something to talk to you about. Why are you looking for me?" Zhang Wu was startled for a moment. Looking at the furious Ancestor Scarlet Flame, he restrained his attitude. "Lord Saint Lord, you can speak first. Why are you looking for me?" Ling Xiao asked. "It's like this, after a thorough investigation by me, Lord Saint Lord. You, Ling Xiao, are no longer suitable to stay in the Fighting Soul Saint City. Therefore, from today onwards you can leave. You are no longer a disciple of the Fighting Soul Saint City," Zhang Wu said in an arrogant manner. In fact, he had wanted to announce this matter 7 days ago. However, Ling Xiao was unconscious at that time. If he couldn't let Ling Xiao hear this announcement with his own ears, it would be useless. That was why he waited until today. "Lord, are you crazy? Ling Xiao is the strongest disciple of our Fighting Soul Saint City. We still have to rely on him to win the next 3,000 holy cities ranking battle. How can you expel him?" Jiang Nan said loudly. "Not satisfied? If you're not satisfied, then get lost with him. The Fighting Soul Saint City doesn't have the spare money to raise an ingrate." Zhang Wu sneered. "If Lord Saint Lord wants me to leave, you have to give a reason, right?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. This Zhang Wu was just a clown in front of him. He didn't have any fear at all. So what if he was a Lord Saint from the Golden City? According to the rules, as a disciple of the Fighting Soul Saint City, if he was not satisfied with this Lord, he could challenge him and ask him to get lost. Zhang Wu sneered and said, "Since you asked, then this Lord Saint Lord will tell you clearly. The original Fighting Soul Saint City Hall Master, Hua Feihua, died in your hands, right?" Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43:18. Hearing Zhang Wu's words, Ling Xiao was startled for a second. He didn't expect this guy to have done his research. Fine, since this was the case, there was no need to hide it anymore. Plus, there was no need to hide it. So what if he knew? The law of the jungle was the law of the 3,000 saint cities. The reason why he didn't dare to expose himself before was because he wasn't strong enough. But now, would Ling Xiao be afraid? Not only was he extremely strong, there was also a powerful divine physique giant devil king in his mountain river realm. Let alone sweeping through the 3,000 saint cities. Even if he went to the Golden City, Aside from a few powerful warriors, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Now that he was confident, he felt great. Everything he did felt great. That's right, I killed Hua Feihua. She wanted to kill me, so I killed her, Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. This gave Jiang Nan a fright. Although she did have the same suspicion before. But at that time, Ling Xiao only had a little bit of strength, and he was still able to kill Hua Feihua. He was too strong. Very good, as long as you admit it. You also killed the Divine Hawk Palace's palace master, Diying, right? Zhang Wu asked again. That's right, he tried to assassinate me during the Great River Bandit mission, and I killed him. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Hearing this, Jiang Nan was shocked again. This Ling Xiao, how many things did she not know? This was too cruel. I didn't expect you to be so cooperative. If that's the case, then it's simple. You also killed the Saint City's palace master, Di Tuotian? Zhang Wu asked again. Congratulations, you got it right again. But so what? Ling Xiao was strong now, so he didn't panic. Even if these things were exposed, it wouldn't be a big deal. That's impossible. Di Tuotian is a peak heavenly core warrior. Jiang Nan thought it was possible for Ling Xiao to kill Hua Feihua and Diying, who were at the Earth Core realm. But she didn't believe that he could kill Di Tuotian, who was at the peak heavenly core realm. Of course someone helped me. Zhang Wu looked at the three men behind Ling Xiao. He didn't dare to say it out loud, but the meaning behind his words was very obvious. Jiang Nan sighed. When Di Tuotian was killed, Ancestor Scarlet Flame and the others were indeed in the Sacred Master Hall. I thought you wouldn't admit it. I didn't expect you to admit it so easily. Since that was the case, this matter was simple. Now you should understand why this Holy Master chased you out of Fighting Soul's sacred city, right? Zhang Wu said proudly. For the sake of Forefather Crimson Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and General Zhao, I won't make things difficult for you. You can leave now. Zhang Wu opened up a path for Ling Xiao. To be honest, Zhang Wu and Ling Xiao did not have any deep enmity. Chasing Ling Xiao away was just to serve the Sword Spirit's sacred city. As the strongest disciple of Fighting Soul's sacred city, Ling Xiao was still a threat to Sword Soul's sacred city. It was better to leave. However, Ling Xiao stood there with no intention of leaving. He looked at Zhang Wu coldly and said, I'm afraid the one who should leave is not me, Ling Xiao. It's you. What do you mean? Zhang Wu was stunned for a moment and frowned. Don't you understand? You defeated Senior Jiang Nan and usurped the position of Fighting Soul's sacred city's sacred master. But I won't admit it. So do it. If you can defeat me, I'll leave. If not, then go back to where you came from, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Ha ha! Did I hear wrongly? You actually want to challenge this sacred master? With your strength, are you worthy? Zhang Wu laughed wildly. Whether I'm worthy or not, you'll know once you try, Ling Xiao said indifferently. The three of you, he insisted on fighting. If he gets injured later, don't blame me. Zhang Wu looked at Forefather Crimson Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyan. The only ones he was afraid of were these three. As for Jiang Nan, he didn't care. As you wish, Green Lotus Swordswoman said indifferently. Zhao Fengyan was startled for a moment, then he whispered. No problem, right? That Zhang Wu is a mid-heavenly core warrior. He was the only one among the three who didn't follow Ling Xiao to the heavenly demon ghost region. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, but Ling Xiao had asked him to stay behind to protect Jiang Nan. Therefore, he had no idea what had happened to Ling Xiao in the heavenly demon ghost region. What kind of achievements had he made? Don't worry, just watch carefully. Young Master's strength is no longer the same as before he left, Green Lotus Swordswoman said with a smile. Zhao Fengyan nodded his head, then he looked at Ling Xiao with a puzzled expression. Right at this moment, Zhang Wu had started unleashing his energy. Since no one was stopping him, that's great. This was the perfect opportunity to teach this impudent kid a lesson. Go to hell! Suddenly Zhang Wu moved. His body shot forward, and a sharp blade appeared in his hand. It was obvious that he wasn't here to spar with Ling Xiao. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. With a slight shift of his body, he dodged Zhang Wu's attack. For now, he didn't want Zhang Wu to know about his powerful body. No matter how Zhang Wu attacked, he wouldn't be able to break through his body's defense. After all, his current body was a mid-9th level Emperor Warrior. Unless his attack was at least a mid-9th level Emperor Warrior. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand a chance. Zhang Wu was just a Heavenly Core Warrior, he hadn't even broken through to the Extreme Core Realm. Therefore, his attack wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Of course, his body was Ling Zhao's secret weapon as well. Therefore, he chose to dodge. Who knew that after Zhang Wu's attack failed, he became angry out of shame. He threw out a pellet from his hand. Thunderclap, thunder fire pellet! A cold light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. This thunderclap thunder fire pellet was obviously an upgraded version. A single pellet was enough to kill a Heavenly Core Warrior. Obviously, Zhang Wu wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Originally, Ling Xiao didn't plan to kill Zhang Wu. But since his opponent was so impolite, what else could he say? Boom! The thunderclap thunder fire pellet exploded. Smoke and dust filled the air. Zhang Wu laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, I don't think you know. I've received Ling Qiuyan's order, and I'm here to kill you. Originally, I planned to go outside and avoid Ancestor Scarlet Flame and the others. But I didn't expect you to refuse to leave. So, I have no choice but to do it here. Zhang Wu, you killed Ling Xiao, do you still want to live? Jiangnan said angrily. Ha ha ha, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Azure Lotus Swordswoman, and General Zhao, they are all from the Golden City. If they dare to kill me, they will be punished by the Golden City. For an ordinary kid, it's not worth it, right? Zhang Wu laughed wildly. Not worth it? Zhao Fengyan sneered. For the young master, so what if we all leave the Golden City? After saying that, he was about to kill Zhang Wu. General Zhao, please calm down. Trash like him, how can he kill me? Right at this moment, Ling Zhao's voice sounded out. Amidst the smoke and dust, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Wu. One of his hands had pierced into Zhang Wu's chest. He grabbed Zhang Wu's heart. You! How can this be? Impossible! That thunderclap thunder fire pellet can even kill a Heavenly Core Warrior! Zhang Wu was completely panicking. He was completely dumbfounded. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 43:19. Wasn't Ling Xiao only at the earthly core realm? Logically speaking, a thunderbolt fire bullet should have been enough to turn him into ashes. Why was that? While being confused, Zhang Wu's life force was getting weaker and weaker. A flame was ignited. Zhang Wu had been turned into ashes. Ling Xiao lightly clapped his hands, then he sat down as if nothing had happened. Right now, Jiangnan and Zhao Fengyan were completely stunned. Zhang Wu was a mid-heavenly core warrior, and he had even used a thunderbolt fire bullet, but he still couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Instead, he was easily killed by Ling Xiao. Why did they feel like they were dreaming? I really want to know what happened in the Heavenly Demon and Ghost region, Zhao Fengyan said with a bitter smile. When they left, Zhao Fengyan knew exactly how strong Ling Xiao was. Therefore, when he compared Jiangnan to Jiangnan, he was really shocked. He was really shocked. Let's talk about this later. Zhang Wu is dead now. Saint Lord Jiangnan, you'll still be the Saint Lord from now on. Is that all right? Ling Xiao looked at Jiangnan and said with a smile. How am I qualified to be the Saint Lord? Jiangnan said with a bitter smile. In terms of strength, Ling Xiao was now the strongest person in Fighting Soul's sacred city. No matter how one looked at it, the position of Saint Lord should belong to Ling Xiao. Senior Jiangnan, you don't have to worry about my strength. General Zhao, I'll leave Fighting Soul's sacred city to you from now on. What do you think? Ling Xiao asked with a smile on his face. No problem. From today onwards, I'll leave Golden City and resign from all my positions. I'll wholeheartedly join Fighting Soul's Sacred City. Of course, Zhao Fengyun knew Ling Xiao's real intention. He didn't want him to protect Jiangnan like before. He wanted him to become the true Grand Elder of Fighting Soul's Sacred City. If General Zhao is willing, you can be the Saint Lord. With you as the Saint Lord of Fighting Soul's Sacred City, who in the 3,000 saint cities would dare to disrespect us? Jiangnan said hastily. Senior Jiangnan, you still don't understand. General Zhao is used to being carefree. If you let him be the Saint Lord, he'll be anxious. Just let him be an idle Grand Supreme Elder. If something big happens, he can take care of it. Ling Xiao smiled. All right, since you've handed this heavy responsibility to me, I'll give it to you. It is my duty to do so. In fact, Jiangnan had long been convinced by Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, she wouldn't have been able to reach the perfect heavenly core realm. If he wanted to improve in the future, he would probably need Ling Xiao's help. She was willing to work for Ling Xiao. But there's a problem now. Jiangnan suddenly frowned. Saint Lord Jiang, please speak your mind. Since everyone is here, we can discuss it together. Ling Xiao said. It's like this. You've been gone for almost 2 months. The situation in the 3,000 holy cities had also changed a lot. The worst thing was that the Sword Spirit Sacred City continued to grow stronger. The Sword Spirit Sacred City Saint Lord had already broken through to the early stage of the extreme core realm. Even if Di Taotian was still alive, he would not be a match for him. There are 2 genius disciples under the Sword Spirit Sacred City Saint Lord. You've seen the Koi King before, he is also at the mid-heavenly core realm. I wonder how he cultivated. That Ling Qiuyan is even scarier, she has reached the perfect heavenly core realm. She has become one of the hottest young geniuses in the 3,000 holy cities. After saying that, Jiangnan raised her head and looked at Ling Xiao. She knew that Ling Xiao knew Ling Qiuyan and the Koi King, they were old acquaintances. And they were enemies. So? Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. He wasn't surprised by Ling Qiuyan's improvement. This woman was good at seizing other people's bodies. He had suspected that Ling Qiuyan had obtained the body of a dying warrior. That was why she could improve so quickly. Now he still thought so. If not, Ling Qiuyan wouldn't have been able to cultivate so quickly. As for the Koi King, Ling Qiuyan must have helped him. Aren't you nervous at all? Ling Qiuyan is at the perfect heavenly core realm. Her combat strength is far greater than Di Taotian's. Jiangnan reminded. I know. Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever. Jiangnan smiled bitterly. Was there nothing that could make Ling Xiao nervous? Jiangnan, you don't have to exaggerate this matter anymore. Young Master's strength is enough to kill an early-stage core realm warrior. He's just a perfect heavenly core realm warrior, it's nothing. Ancestor Scarlet Flame couldn't hide his thoughts, he said with a smile. What? Although Jiangnan already had a vague feeling. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so strong. Among the disciples of the 3,000 holy cities, except for a few, most of them weren't qualified to be compared with him. Don't be so shocked. Ling Xiao smiled. He thought to himself, if I tell you that I have a divine physique Great Devil King, will you be scared to death on the spot? If I tell you that I killed a divine physique realm warrior, I wonder what will happen. After a long time, Jiangnan finally calmed down. She looked at Ling Xiao and said excitedly, if that's the case, the Sword Soul Saint City will be destroyed, and our Fighting Soul Saint City's dream will be shattered. The Saint Lord of the Sword Soul Saint City will also be defeated. He has already said it. As long as Ling Qiuyan can stand out in the 3,000 holy cities ranking tournament, the Saint Lord position will be given to her. I'm afraid this time, it will be really painful. The Sword Soul Saint City is just a clown. Jiangnan, I have something I want to talk to you about. Ling Xiao could be said to have gained a firm foothold in the Fighting Soul Saint City. If that's the case, he could transfer the geniuses from the small Violet Spirit Kingdom here. The 3,000 holy cities, the Fighting Soul Saint City would become the front line of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Although they couldn't do it openly for now. But at least they could start cultivating geniuses, and it could be put on the agenda. What the Heavenly Dynasty Empire was doing now was very simple. They would choose from the Heavenly Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, White Tiger Continent, and the Black Tortoise Continent. They would pick out the outstanding geniuses, and promote them step by step. Whoever had the aptitude would have the qualifications to go to a better place to cultivate. So now, the entire Heavenly Dynasty Empire had formed a hierarchical selection mechanism. Even the lowest level martial artist, as long as you have enough aptitude, as long as you work hard enough, you would definitely be able to go to the best place to cultivate. The best place now was the Fighting Soul Saint City. If these geniuses were placed in other places, they would be buried. He told this matter to the four present. When they found out that Ling Xiao actually had such a huge empire behind him, the four of them were stunned. They finally understood why Ling Xiao always felt that his aura was different from others. There was always a natural domineering aura that could erupt from his body. So it was actually the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Leave this matter to me. Anyway, I have a lot of free time. Zhao Fengyan laughed. He didn't follow the Heavenly Demon Ghost Realm trip, and he had a bad taste in his heart. So now, since he had already decided to leave the Golden City, then he was the most suitable for this matter. And he was strong enough. It would be easier to escort those geniuses to the Fighting Soul Saint City. Geniuses remember this site's address in a second. Chapter 43:20. Then I'll have to trouble General Zhao. Ling Xiao cupped his hands in gratitude. Although others called him young master, he was still a senior. Moreover, he had helped him a lot, so it was necessary to show him the respect he deserved. All right, that's all. If there's nothing else, everyone can leave. Ling Xiao thought for a while and said. He also wanted to stay here quietly and absorb the experience he had gained from the battle in the Demon Master City. Young master, aren't you thinking too simply about some things? Azure Lotus Swordswoman smiled bitterly. What do you mean by that? Ling Xiao paused for a moment, and said. It's about the official appointment of the Holy Lord of Fighting Soul's Sacred City. In the past, Jiang Nan was appointed as the Holy Lord temporarily, so it only needed the three of us to nod our heads. But if it's an official appointment, then it needs the approval of Commandment Sacred City. Azure Lotus Swordswoman smiled bitterly. What Commandment Sacred City? One of the 3,000 sacred cities? Ling Xiao asked curiously. That's right, Commandment Sacred City is one of the 3,000 sacred cities, but it's also independent of the 3,000 sacred cities. It's the only sacred city directly under Golden City. You should understand from the name. It has the same function as the Sex Commandment Department. It's responsible for setting and maintaining the laws of the 3,000 sacred cities. Commandment Sacred City doesn't have a Holy Lord, but it's controlled by many Dharma disciples, 72 Commandment Knights, 12 Masters, and the Supreme Law Master. The Supreme Law Master is similar to the Holy Lord, and his strength is one of the best in the 3,000 sacred cities. Let me put it this way. The ranking battle half a month later will also be hosted by Commandment Sacred City. Under normal circumstances, Commandment Sacred City is very fair. Of course, the premise is that you don't defend them. There's such a place so troublesome. I thought it would be fine to just get Golden City's approval. Ling Xiao thought too simply. He originally thought that the 3,000 sacred cities were left alone by Golden City. They should have enough freedom to change their Holy Lord. But now, it seemed that Golden City's control over the 3,000 sacred cities was quite strict. Commandment Sacred City's existence was to deal with this. Commandment Sacred City is very strong? Ling Xiao asked suddenly. The strength of Commandment Sacred City was related to how he would deal with it. This is very important. Of course he's strong. There were a total of 30,000 disciples in the disciplined Saint City, and even the weakest amongst them was an early heavenly core warrior. The responsibility of a Dharma apostle was to settle the disputes of the 3,000 holy cities. He was often sent out for missions. These are the people we see most often. The 72 disciplinary knights were terrifying. They were all extreme realm alchemists. Although there were only 72 of them, they were more powerful than most of the sacred lords in the 3,000 sacred cities. The 12 rulers were even more terrifying. They were existences at the core fragmentation realm. As for the Law Master, it's rumored that he's a divine physique echelon expert. Green Lotus Swordswoman said with a smile. Hearing this, the corner of Ling Zhao's mouth twitched. F***CK, the 3,000 holy cities actually had divine physique echelon experts. Ling Xiao felt that he had underestimated this world. Young master, if you are interested, I can recommend you to become a Dharma disciple in the Sacred Commandment City. I guarantee that there won't be a problem. The faces of the three of us are still useful. The basic law master spent most of his time cultivating in Golden City. Therefore, the ones in charge of the holy city of discipline were the 12 masters of law. The three of us know all 12 of them. Ancestor Scarlet Flame said with a smile. Forget about it. Just by hearing the name of this city, I know there are a lot of rules. If I go there, I'll be bored to death. Ling Xiao shook his head. He still liked the feeling of freedom. Unless he felt that he couldn't improve his cultivation any further, then he would move towards a higher and stronger place. Young Master is really a maverick. Other people, once they break through to the heavenly core realm, they would try their best to enter the Sacred Commandment City. But you, with this condition, why don't you go? Ancestor Scarlet Flame said with a smile. Others are others, I am me. I have my own cultivation method. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Jiangnan, you can go to the Sacred Commandment City by yourself. Is that okay? No problem. Normally, the Sacred Commandment City wouldn't make things difficult for a sacred lord. Jiangnan nodded his head. That's good. Do you have any other questions? Ling Xiao asked again. He was now the backbone of the 4 men here, although his cultivation was the weakest. But talking was also the most important thing. I don't have any other questions, but my cultivation is a bit low. I'm afraid I won't be able to pass the test. The Sacred Commandment City will send people here to watch the competition. Even the sacred lords from other sacred cities will come and watch. I can't bring shame to the Sacred Battle Soul City. Jiangnan said embarrassedly. That's easy. You go to the Sacred Commandment City first. I'll think of a way to improve your cultivation. Ling Xiao had brought back a lot of good herbs from the Heavenly Demon Ghost region. It was easy for him to concoct some pills that could help Jiangnan improve her cultivation. He could even improve the cultivation of a Shattered Core Warrior. Not to mention a mere Heavenly Core Warrior. Easy? Jiangnan smiled bitterly. If it was easy, she wouldn't have made no progress in the past month. But then again, Ling Xiao had never lied. If he said something, he would definitely be able to do it. So, she didn't think too much about it. After that, she split up with Zhao Fengyun. Jiangnan went to the Sacred Commandment City. Zhao Fengyun went to the Violet Spirit Kingdom. Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Sword Maiden Azure Lotus went to the Golden City to help Zhao Fengyun apply for her resignation. This application was easy to handle. They just needed to appease Zhao Fengyun's superior. After all, that person valued Zhao Fengyun a lot. Ling Xiao was left alone in Jiangnan Palace, resting peacefully. In just half a day, the news that Jiangnan was going to become an official sacred lord had spread throughout the Sacred Battle Soul City. Everyone felt that it was very strange. Zhang Wu had just become the sacred lord of the Sacred Battle Soul City. Why was there a change? Those who supported Jiangnan before were very happy. As for those who supported Zhang Wu before, they didn't know what to do. They tried their best to curry favor with Zhang Wu and belittle Jiangnan. But now, something like this had happened. It was hard to understand. The key question was, where did Zhang Wu go? Many people knew that Zhang Wu went to find Ling Xiao, and then he disappeared. A terrifying thought emerged in their minds. Could it be that Zhang Wu had been mysteriously killed like Di Tuotian? Once they had this thought, these people couldn't stop. They found the man brought by Zhang Wu, hoping that he could help them. This man was also from the Sword Soul City. He had taken control of the Divine Hawk Palace and became the new palace master. He was also the first city lord, second only to the Sacred Lord. His cultivation was also at the early heavenly core realm, the same as Jiangnan. This man was easily swayed. After being instigated by some people, he took the lead and went to the Jiangnan Palace to cause trouble. Since Jiangnan was in the Sacred Commandment City, Ling Xiao had to deal with the problem himself. Ling Xiao, don't try to be brave. Although you're strong, your opponent is a heavenly core warrior. You should stay in the Jiangnan Palace and wait for the Sacred Lord to come back. Hanajiku and Zhang Long didn't want Ling Xiao to take any risks. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43:21. Facing the concern of Hanajiku, Zhang Long, and the others, Ling Xiao just smiled indifferently. Everyone, just wait for a good show. There were quite a number of people following the Condor Palace Master. There were at least 100 of them. Originally, because of the threat of Sword Soul's sacred city, a group of people who were afraid of death left Fighting Soul's sacred city. Now, there were another 100 people who joined Zhang Wu who had just arrived. But this was also good. Trash should be cleared out, otherwise, they would just be lazy and waste resources. In an instant, the Condor Palace Master was already in front of Ling Xiao. He looked at Ling Xiao condescendingly, revealing the arrogance of a superior. You are Ling Xiao? Whether I am Ling Xiao or not, don't you know in your heart? Ling Xiao said coldly. All right, don't talk nonsense. Tell me your reason for coming here, otherwise, trespassers of Jiangnan Palace, die! He had to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, otherwise, the people of Fighting Soul's sacred city would still be afraid. People were used to being led by a strong person. Perhaps this was one of the characteristics of humans. The Condor Palace Master said. Where is Zhang Wu? Killed! Ling Xiao said directly. Zhang Wu dared to be disrespectful to me, so I killed him. Do you have any questions? With just you? The Condor Palace Master looked at Ling Xiao sarcastically and said, It's not that I look down on you. Your strength is really not enough. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Ling Xiao looked at him. He needed a reason to kill him. That was why he waited for him to make the first move. After all, after knowing the existence of Commandment's sacred city among the 3,000 sacred cities, he had to be more careful. Conspiring with others to assassinate the Sacred Lord, you have committed a heinous crime, die! The Condor Palace Master had a bad temper. And as someone sent by Sword Soul's sacred city, he had a kind of absolute contempt for Fighting Soul's sacred city. Killing a disobedient disciple of Fighting Soul's sacred city was nothing. In the next moment, he made his move. But he saw a mocking smile on Ling Xiao's face. That was a mockery of idiots. Pity for the weak. Chi! A cold light flashed. Where's my head? The Divine Eagle Palace Master saw his own appearance on the sword light. It was clearly a headless corpse. In just an instant, Ling Xiao had killed the Divine Eagle Palace Master. With a chuckle, he turned around and returned to Jiangnan Palace to continue his cultivation. At the same time, he threw out a sentence. Those who came with that trash scram as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't necessarily do anything if I regret it. The group of people turned around and fled in fear. She wished she could grow wings and leave this place. One move! He had killed an early heavenly core warrior with just a single strike. How did this Ling Xiao become so terrifying after returning this time? If they didn't escape now, they wouldn't have another chance. Zhang Long, Hanajiku, and the others were also shocked. When they dealt with the Great River Bandits together, they knew how strong Ling Xiao was. However, the Ling Xiao of today was clearly stronger than before. No wonder he dared to kill the Saint Lord right after returning. He elected the Jiangnan Palace Master, Jiangnan, as the new Saint Lord. So strong! I believe that from this moment onwards, no one will dare to talk nonsense anymore. On the surface, Jiangnan is the new Saint Lord, but in fact, it's Ling Xiao behind him, and the other three powerful existences behind Ling Xiao. Zhang Long said with a bitter smile. Compared to him, my growth has been stagnant. Don't talk about it, I'm the same. Hanajika shook her head, feeling disappointed. But at the same time, she was happy. It was better for Ling Xiao to be in power than for those from Sword Spirit's sacred city to be in power. Besides messing up Fighting Soul Saint City, what else could they do? I'm still me, no matter how strong I become, I won't change. These words were naturally directed at his old friends. In the past, they went to complete the Great River Bandits' mission together. Then, they came back together. After experiencing life and death, although there was a huge gap between the strong and the weak. But Ling Xiao wouldn't look down on them, he would think of ways to make them stronger. We understand. Zhang Long and Hanajika looked at each other and smiled. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. What they were most afraid of was that Ling Xiao would become stronger, and their relationship would become estranged. The body of the Condor Palace Master was quickly disposed of. This news spread throughout the entire Fighting Soul Sacred City. Those who originally supported Jiangnan and Ling Xiao became more confident and at ease at this moment. With Ling Xiao and Jiangnan around, not only would Fighting Soul Sacred City not fall, but it would also prosper day by day. What they need to do is to cultivate steadily and continue to improve their strength. Perhaps a miracle will be born. Of course, in Fighting Soul Saint City, not everyone is convinced by Ling Xiao. For example, the three elders of the Criminal Law Palace. And some martial artists of the Criminal Law Palace. They saw Ling Xiao join Fighting Soul Saint City. At that time, Ling Xiao was not weak, but in front of them, he didn't have the chance to do anything. But now, it has been less than 2 months. This Ling Xiao has undergone an earth-shattering change. It's really hard to accept. It's like a dream. They won't openly make Ling Xiao and Jiangnan their enemy. But in their hearts, at least for now, they can't completely agree with Ling Xiao and Jiangnan. Big brother, are we just going to watch a little bastard climb over our heads? The third elder of the Criminal Law Palace asked while gritting his teeth. So what? You saw it yourself, an early Heavenly Core warrior was killed by him with a single sword strike. To be honest, if he can really make Fighting Soul Saint City stronger, it's not impossible for me to agree with him. But for now, let's wait until they pass the trial in Fighting Soul Saint City. The Great Elder is relatively calm. This person could be considered to be relatively fair. This is the reason why Ling Xiao doesn't want to touch him. The next day, the people of Sword Soul Saint City came looking for trouble. Of course, it's because of Zhang Wu's death. Many people came. And they were very strong. The leader was the early Heavenly Core warrior, the Koi King. Their arrival made everyone in Fighting Soul Saint City feel uneasy. The enemy is attacking, and it's such a strong enemy. Can Ling Xiao hold on? Why aren't Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Sword Girl Azure Lotus, and General Xiao Fengyun back yet? Fighting Soul Saint City won't be destroyed just like this, right? Everyone had their own fear in their hearts. Although the Koi King wasn't as strong as Ling Qiuyan, and was weaker than the Saint Lord of Sword Soul Saint City, but her strength was still above all the disciples of Fighting Soul Saint City. It would be strange if she wasn't afraid. Along with the Koi King, there were many disciples of Sword Soul Saint City who came to watch the show. There were even 2 city lords of Sword Soul Saint City. The city lords were existences second only to the Saint Lord in Saint City. Of course, the city lords of Sword Soul Saint City were stronger than the city lords of Fighting Soul Saint City. These people didn't land, they just stood in the air, chatting and laughing. Stepping on the head of Fighting Soul Saint City, they were cold and disdainful. Hee, I heard that the Koi King wasn't able to kill this Ling Xiao last time. He was really upset. Chapter 43:22. Last time was last time, but this time is different. The Koi King has broken through to the early Heavenly Core realm. Besides, with her identity as a warrior from the Ocean Tribe, her combat strength is equivalent to a mid-Heavenly Core warrior. It doesn't matter if that Ling Xiao is a genius or not, he won't be able to escape this calamity. Speaking of which, I'm really curious. City Lord Ling and the Koi King both have a grudge against this Ling Xiao. What kind of grudge do you guys think it is? Who knows? Who cares what grudge they have against him? No matter what, this guy is going to die today. Why don't we just destroy the Fighting Soul Saint City as well? That's a good idea, let's wait and see. The Koi King headed straight towards the Jiangnan Palace. He wasn't stopped by anyone. It wasn't that the people from the Fighting Soul Saint City didn't want to stop him, but they couldn't. Even among the 3 sect elders from the Disciplinary Palace, only the Great Elder had the ability to stop him. But there were so many people from the Sword Soul Saint City in the sky. If he attacked, what would the result be? It wasn't hard to imagine. That's why Ling Xiao had sent a message yesterday. If anyone from the Sword Soul Saint City came looking for trouble, no one was allowed to attack. Actually, Ling Xiao had expected that someone from the Sword Soul Saint City would come. Zhang Wu was killed, and it was impossible to cover it up. He didn't plan to cover it up. But he didn't expect the Koi King to be so stupid as to come to the Jiangnan Palace alone. Suddenly, a strong demonic aura attacked. Ling Xiao was still calmly drinking his tea while looking at the beautiful lake. It was as if he was waiting for a guest from afar. A cruel smile flashed across his face. Since you're here, don't go back. Even if it was one of the 3,000 saint cities, anyone who trespassed into someone else's territory could be killed. Even if this matter was brought to the Disciplinary Palace, Ling Xiao would still be in the right. He only killed the Koi King, and that was already being polite. Zhan Long, Hinajiku, and the others were nervously standing far away. Looking at the calm Ling Xiao, they couldn't help but shake their heads with bitter smiles. Even at this moment, he was still so calm. Either he didn't know how strong the Koi King was, or he really had the ability? In any case, they hadn't seen Ling Xiao for a long time. As for the specifics, they could only wait and see. The only thing that made them feel a little relieved was the fact that Ling Xiao had killed the Divine Eagle Palace Master with a single move yesterday. This meant that Ling Xiao's strength should not be inferior to the Koi King's. Boom! All of a sudden, the water in the lake became noisy. 100-foot-tall waves surged into the air, transforming into a ferocious face. It was as if a giant beast was looking down at Ling Xiao from the sky. The Koi King, dressed in red, stood there and stared at Ling Xiao. An extremely complicated look appeared in his eyes. The Koi King was a beautiful woman. Another cruel and merciless woman. Her appearance encompasses almost every aspect of a woman. Her graceful figure matched with her fair, jade-like skin. And that pretty face. Indeed, many men would be tempted. However, at this moment, this woman's body was releasing a dense killing intent. He was like an evil spirit. It didn't match her appearance at all. He sighed softly. Ling Xiao actually didn't want to talk about the past. The Koi King was just an opponent he encountered in the western region. Now, he was no longer qualified to be his opponent. His Taiji eye could see that the Koi King's body had undergone some modifications and changes. Most likely, half of this body no longer belonged to her. Detestable? Pitiful? Perhaps a pitiful person must have something detestable. Koi King, it's not very good to come uninvited. Ling Xiao was still lying on the chair, tasting this year's new tea as he said with a smile. He really couldn't muster up the slightest thought of fighting against someone who was completely not his opponent. However, this woman in front of him must die. Because if he didn't make a move, the other party would. It was basically a situation where one would fight to the death. You're still as arrogant, and condescending as always. The Koi King gritted his teeth and said. But now, I'm no longer the Koi King of the past. Ever since I saw you last time, I've been thinking about how to kill you all the time. In order to kill you, I even didn't hesitate to accept Ling Qiuyan's modifications, becoming neither human nor demon. As the Koi King spoke, he released an even more powerful demonic aura. A few more water pillars appeared in the lake. The entire Jiangnan Palace was shaking. Zhan Long and the rest were frightened until their faces turned ashen. Too powerful. They had only seen this aura on the Holy Lord before. When did the Koi King become so powerful? However, what the Koi King wanted was not these people's fear and shock. What he wanted was Ling Xiao's horror and fear. What he wanted was Ling Xiao kneeling and begging for mercy. However, what made him depressed was that Ling Xiao was lying there as if it had nothing to do with him. There was even a faint smile on his face, as if the Koi King was just an acrobat. Humph, posturing! Snorting coldly, the Koi King said coldly, I can spare you from death, and I can also let War Soul's sacred city go. But you must kneel for me and beg for mercy. Furthermore, you have to do it in front of everyone in War Soul's sacred city. This was the truest thought in her heart. Avenge Zhang Wu? Avenge herself? Actually, after so long, she only wanted to be able to trample Ling Xiao underfoot and humiliate him wantonly. Only then could the depression in her heart be dispelled. Why be so angry? We're also considered half from the same hometown. Can't the past be written off at one stroke? Ling Xiao did not beg for mercy. Instead, he poured another cup of tea and said with a smile, Come, sit down and have a cup of tea. Isn't it better to chat and reminisce about the old days? Speaking of which, your elder brother, the Dragon Shark King, is still my brother. Your younger sister, the Demon Eye Monarch, is also my subordinate. Oh right, they will be coming to War Soul's sacred city soon. What a wonderful thing it is for you siblings to reunite. Why fuss over the past trivial matters? Those two traitors! The Koi King gnashed her teeth. She came to the 3,000 holy city from the backward western region because of a fortuitous encounter. She thought that she would be able to return to her hometown in glory soon, reunite the myriad countries, and then wipe out all of Ling Xiao's forces in one fell swoop. But she did not expect that her elder brother, the Dragon Shark King, and her younger sister, the Demon Eye Monarch, would actually rely on Ling Xiao. Hateful! You're deliberately angering me, the Koi King suddenly said. Why would I anger you? It's not easy for us Western region martial artists to come to the 4 major regions. Even if there are grudges in the past, we should unite. Otherwise others will bully us, won't they? Ling Xiao still said indifferently. Humph, I won't learn from those two traitors. Today, I must kill you and make you kneel at my feet, unable to raise your head forever. The Koi King was stubborn. Ling Xiao sighed and said, Forget it. If you want to make a move, then do it. But don't blame me for not warning you. Those who make a move in Jiangnan Palace without permission die. These words were said casually, but it made the Koi King feel a trace of fear. She shook her head, unwilling to believe that she would feel fear. That was too unreal. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43-23. Alright, if you want to kill me, then come at me. I've trained hard for so many years, even turning myself into what I am now. It's all for the sake of killing you. Today, there are many people watching the show. Let them see how you, Ling Xiao, die. The Koi King's obsession with Ling Xiao was too deep. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to resolve it, but unfortunately, he did not succeed. Since he could not succeed, there was only one path left. Kill him. There was no reason to leave the life of such a scourge who was always thinking about him. Why haven't you made your move? Ling Xiao smiled. The Koi King was choked by Ling Xiao's words. The reason why she did not make her move was because she wanted to see Ling Xiao's frightened, panicked, and shocked appearance. If she killed Ling Xiao like this, it would be too easy for this kid. Only by trampling on Ling Xiao, ruthlessly trampling on him, making Ling Xiao kneel and beg for mercy, crying for his father and mother, could she truly vent her anger. The demonic aura became more and more terrifying. The 4 water pillars merged into one, and then turned into a huge water snake that slowly descended. The terrifying pressure made even Zhan Long and Hanajuku, who were hiding in the distance, kneel. The pressure was too strong. The bluestone slabs were already shattered. Only the pavilion Ling Xiao was in was still intact. Even the teacup in Ling Xiao's hand did not sway in the slightest. Actually, you must be very afraid, right? The moment you saw me in the 3,000 sacred city, you must have been filled with fear. You don't understand why I'm here, and you don't understand why I'm so much stronger than you. You look very calm on the surface, but you must be panicking in your heart. As a man, he would always want some dignity. Unfortunately, this dignity will soon be ruthlessly crushed by my strength. The Koi King seemed to want to vent something, and said everything in her heart. You and Ling Qiuyan think too highly of yourselves. You underestimate me too much. I didn't kill you, just waiting for a reason. Just like yesterday when I killed Zhang Wu and the master of the Divine Eagle Palace. In my eyes, you're just an idiot who has lost his mind. Not only are you unworthy to be my opponent, Ling Qiuyan is also unworthy. You are all trash that should have been eliminated long ago. Since you've survived, you should cherish it. You actually took the initiative to come here to die. I don't know if there's something wrong with your head. From beginning to end, Ling Xiao did not stand up. He was like an elder reprimanding a junior, mocking and cutting at the Koi King. The Koi King was about to explode from anger. She really couldn't understand why Ling Xiao could be so calm. What exactly did he rely on? Could it be that Azure Lotus Swordswoman, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Zhao Fengyun had not actually left? That's not right. The information clearly said that the three of them had left Fighting Soul's sacred city to do something. It couldn't be fake. I understand. You want me to scare me and make me leave, right? Unfortunately, you'll be disappointed. With a cold snort, the Koi King's body slowly rose into the air and merged with the huge water snake. In an instant, an even more terrifying pressure came over. The surrounding ground continued to collapse. In the lake, a group of pitiful fish died. In the eyes of others, the Koi King was now like a water god, exuding an aura that made people not dare to look up. Many people in Fighting Soul's sacred city were glad that they didn't make a move. Otherwise, they would have to kneel in front of this woman at this time. That would be a great loss of face. Ling Xiao, kneel down! In the end, the Koi King still felt that killing Ling Xiao directly was too easy for him. So she continued to release pressure, and even used her sea beast's bloodline. On her body, strange scales appeared. Her appearance also underwent a huge change. Ling Xiao had seen Hai Tian and Heidi like this before. This was the so-called Beastman form. The pressure increased by at least dozens of times. Zhanlong, Hinajiku, and the others couldn't even kneel. They were directly pressed to the ground as if their bodies were pressed by a mountain. They couldn't move at all. Ling Xiao looked back at the situation of Zhanlong and the others and sighed softly. It seems that it's time to make a move. Otherwise, Jiangnan Palace will be destroyed by this woman. Zhanlong and the others will also be injured. He finally stood up. Looking contemptuously at the Koi King in the sky, he said, "Your boring pressure. It's useless to me. I don't care what status you have, what strength you have. This kind of boring trick is too boring. It's better to do something real." Seeing Ling Xiao's contemptuous expression, the Koi King's blood suddenly rushed up. "Well, since you want to die, I'll help you," the Koi King roared. The terrifying water snake finally rushed to Ling Xiao. With a huge pressure, it changed the color of heaven and earth. In the distance, Zhanlong and Hinajiku couldn't help at all. At this time, they were suppressed by the pressure and didn't even have the strength to stand up. He could only watch helplessly as the water snake swallowed Ling Xiao. Beautiful! In the sky, the martial artists of Sword Soul's sacred city clapped and cheered. The Koi King still used this trick, but Ling Xiao is quite tough, he didn't kneel in the end. It doesn't matter if he kneels or not, when he dies, we can ravage his body to vent our anger. The martial artists of Sword Soul's sacred city said viciously. But the next moment, they showed a surprised expression. Ling Xiao didn't die. The dead one is the Koi King. The Koi King's body fell at Ling Xiao's feet like a dead fish. Ling Xiao didn't even bother to look. He kicked it aside. "This young master talked nonsense with you for a long time. I didn't expect that in the end, you still came to die." Ling Xiao really doesn't like this kind of boring battle. He likes to challenge the strong. Only the strong can make his blood boil and make his strength go further. Someone like the Koi King is really a waste. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, including the martial artists of Battle Soul's Sacred City and Sword Soul's Sacred City. Ling Xiao actually killed the Koi King. He had casually killed the famous genius Koi King. This is too inconceivable. After a long while, the martial artists of Sword Soul's Sacred City in the sky came back to their senses. Hateful, everyone, let's make Battle Soul's Sacred City disappear today. Who is so bold to make Battle Soul's Sacred City disappear? Ling Xiao didn't have time to make a move. Suddenly, he heard Zhao Fengyan's voice. This Zhao Fengyan is really fast. Behind him stood 400 to 500 people. Among them, there are Ziqian Ye, Zilong, Dragon Shark King, Demon Eye King, Dragon Sword Mountain, Han Myungkeo, and so on that Ling Xiao is familiar with. There are also many unfamiliar faces. They are probably geniuses selected from other continents after many rounds of selection. Very good. It seems that the people under him are quite efficient and didn't let him down. Hee, General Zhao is back. Ling Xiao smiled, walked out of Jiangnan Palace, and looked at Zhao Fengyan. Greetings, young master, the task you gave to this subordinate has been completed. This is the first batch of 500 people. Zhao Fengyan bowed. Seeing this scene, the martial artists of Sword Soul's Sacred City were dumbfounded. Chapter 43-24. Why would the upper echelons of Golden City be so respectful to Ling Xiao? And they even called him young master? This was too strange. Not to mention them, even the martial artists of Fighting Soul's Sacred City were puzzled. When did Ling Xiao have such an awesome title? And the next scene shocked them even more. The 500 people knelt on the ground in unison. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor! Heavenly Emperor? Damn, when did Ling Xiao call himself Heavenly Emperor? Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? But with Zhao Fengyan here, they didn't dare to do anything. Get up, I'm sure you all know why I asked you to come here. Cultivate well, you are all genius martial artists who have gone through layers of selection. Don't let me down. Ling Xiao gently raised his hand and smiled. We understand. Everyone replied in unison. Regardless of their private relationship, in this public place, Ling Xiao still has the majesty of an emperor. General Zhao, take them down and make the arrangements. Long Sha and Mo Yan, Ming Kong, Qian Yi, the 4 of you stay. Seeing everyone stand up, Ling Xiao said with a smile. But young master, what about those people from Sword Soul's Sacred City? Zhao Fengyan asked. Let them jump around for 2 days first. Don't we have to prepare for Jiangnan's succession? It's better to kill less people if we can. Lest Commandment's Sacred City find trouble. Ling Xiao chuckled. This account has already been recorded in his blacklist. Sword Soul's Sacred City will definitely be the first sacred city he destroys. Ling Xiao, just you wait. We will definitely go to Commandment's Sacred City to complain. By the way, that woman Jiangnan still wants to inherit the position of Holy Lord of Fighting Soul's Sacred City? I can tell you now. The day she succeeds is the day of Fighting Soul's Sacred City's destruction. Let's go! The group of people from Sword Soul's Sacred City didn't even want the body of the Koi King and left in a hurry. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly change his mind and let Zhao Fengyan do it. Then they couldn't do anything. At this time, they still did not know that Zhao Fengyan had resigned from his position in the Golden City and became the Supreme Elder of the Fighting Soul's Sacred City. That was why he was so arrogant. Otherwise, even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to do this. After the people of Sword Spirit's Sacred City left, Ling Xiao said to Dragon Shark and Demon Eye, Go and collect the carcass of the koi. If I kill her, you won't hate me, right? Actually, we arrived early in the morning, but General Zhao told us to wait. From body to soul, half of the koi no longer belonged to her. Rather than letting her become a stranger, a walking corpse, it was better to let her be free as soon as possible. That's why we didn't plead for mercy. The dragon shark's face revealed a sorrowful expression, and the demon eye cried even more sadly. After all, Kuai Li was their younger sister and elder sister. Ling Xiao sighed. It was precisely because of these two people that he had said so much, hoping that the Koi King would repent. However, he did not regret killing the Koi King. Otherwise, any random cat or dog would bully Battle Soul's sacred city. This Battle Soul's sacred city was his first stronghold after breaking into the 3,000 sacred city. How could he let it fall apart? Go and collect her corpse. Bury her and cultivate well in the future. Ling Xiao did not say anything else. He believed that the dragon, shark, and demon eye would not betray him because of this. Perhaps they would complain a little, but this was normal. After all, the one who died was their own family. If they did not complain, wouldn't they be heartless people? After the dragon, shark king, and demon eye king left, Ling Xiao looked at Ziqianye and said, "How is Purple Spirit Kingdom? Your Majesty, don't worry about this. Ever since you became a disciple of Battle Soul's sacred city, no one dares to point fingers at Purple Spirit Kingdom. Everything is very safe. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here." Ziqianye smiled. "Sister Z, just call me Ling Xiao like before. It's fine as long as you know my identity in your heart. For now, we still have to keep a low profile and not use the banner of the Heavenly Empire." Ling Xiao smiled. "Got it. My good brother." Ziqianye stuck out her tongue and smiled. "Then you go do your thing," Ling Xiao said. Ziqianye nodded and turned to leave. Pfft. Ling Xiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into Haim Myungkeo's arms. "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Haim Myungkeo was frightened for a moment, but when she saw Ling Xiao winking at her, she couldn't help but shake her head and smile bitterly. This heavenly emperor is going to be a demon again. She helped Ling Xiao into the bedroom of Jiannan Palace, and then closed the room. "My heavenly emperor, what are you up to this time?" Haim Myungkeo smiled bitterly. "I want to know how many people in Battle Soul's sacred city are sincere about this city. Although I killed the Koi King, I was seriously injured. Doesn't that mean that I am only slightly stronger than the Koi King? Ling Chuyan can easily kill me. Facing such a situation, Chihua and the others can't protect Battle Soul's sacred city. Have the people in Battle Soul's sacred city changed their minds? Those who are afraid, just let them go. I want to make Battle Soul's sacred city my own. Not some super mighty existence that belongs to Golden City. These trash can't be left behind, or else, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Also, I want to see who will come to the rescue when Battle Soul's sacred city is in danger. Who will take advantage of the situation? This will be very useful for my next plan." Ling Xiao told the truth. "What do you want me to do?" Haim Myungkeo asked. "You just need to spread the news." Chapter 43-25. Haim Myungkeo's work soon bore fruit. The people of Fighting Soul's sacred city changed their minds. The first to flee were the second and third elders of the disciplinary hall. Instead, it was the first elder who stayed. His feelings for Fighting Soul's sacred city were too deep. Even if Fighting Soul's sacred city was really destroyed, he was determined to live and die with Fighting Soul's sacred city. Following the second and third elders, there were many people who left together. For a time, the population of Fighting Soul's sacred city withered. The original streets and alleys also became deserted and cheerless. There were only tens of thousands of people left. Now, there were only about 1,000 martial artists holding on. Most of these people were the older generation of martial artists. They had stayed in Fighting Soul's sacred city for many years and were reluctant to leave. They would rather die and hold on. Only Wang Hao was left as the city lord. The rest had gone their separate ways. The few remaining young martial artists were also Ling Xiao's life and death friends. Of course, there were also those martial artists who moved over from Purple Spirit Kingdom. Ling Xiao saw all of this but did not say a word. In Ling Xiao's view, this was not despair, but hope. If every time his faction was on the verge of danger, he only thought of escaping, then what right did he have to enjoy the benefits of this faction? Anyway, there were still many people in Purple Spirit Kingdom. Just move over. Fighting Soul's sacred city did not lack people. Those who wanted to leave, just leave. On this day, Jiang Nan returned from outside. Seeing the situation in Fighting Soul's sacred city, she was also quite surprised. However, the first thing she looked for Ling Xiao. The first thing she asked was whether Ling Xiao's injuries were serious. This made Ling Xiao somewhat moved. Don't worry, Senior Jiang Nan. I'm fine. Then, he told Jiang Nan his thoughts. Because he believed in Jiang Nan. To those who believed in him, there was no need to hide. You scared me to death. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. To be honest, if not for you behind me, how would I have the guts to apply to be the sacred lord of Fighting Soul's sacred city? Don't worry, at the critical moment, I won't drop the chain. But you, what did Discipline Sacred City say? Ling Xiao asked. Commandment Sacred City said that they will send someone to investigate in 3 days. Jiang Nan replied. But to be honest, I'm not sure. Others seem to have taken the rumor you spread seriously. Therefore, many people are planning to cause trouble on the day of the review. Haha, it's expected. Don't be nervous. Ling Xiao smiled and said. You go and cultivate these 2 days. Take these medicinal pills and use them. Although it's not realistic to say that you can raise your cultivation by a few realms in 3 days, with your aptitude and my medicinal pills, you should be able to do it. It shouldn't be a problem for me to break through to the late heavenly core realm. The reason why he was so confident was mainly because Jiang Nan had accumulated a lot of potential. Actually, everyone had potential. After a long period of cultivation, this potential accumulated in the body. It was just that most people were unable to activate it. He was the only one who had it easier. There was also a small group of people who would erupt under special circumstances. Jiang Nan had been cultivating for so many years. The reason why she hadn't made a breakthrough in her cultivation was because she hadn't found the trick. It was like a container filled with energy, but she couldn't find a way to release it. Ling Xiao's medicinal pills were used to activate this energy. If the effect was good, perhaps Jiang Nan could easily break through to the early stage of the extreme core realm. After all, there was a lot of potential stored in her body. Alright, I'll go and cultivate now. Jiang Nan excitedly took the medicinal pills and left. She trusted Ling Xiao's words very much. Therefore, she didn't think about whether these medicinal pills were effective or not. If Ling Xiao said it was effective, then it must be effective. During the 3 days of waiting for the review, the rumors were still spreading. The rumors were still spreading and had already spread throughout the 3,000 holy cities. Of course, it was because some busybodies were spreading the rumors on purpose. Jiang Nan was cultivating, but many people said that she was afraid of trouble and was hiding in a corner, not daring to show her face. There was another big issue. The 3,000 saint cities had a serious shortage of warriors. Their ranking had been continuously dropping. From the previous ranking of over 1,000, they had dropped to the last place. What did it mean to be the last place? In other words, this saint city was basically finished. As long as there was a slight push from the outside, it would collapse. If not for everyone preparing for the 3,000 saint cities ranking battle. There might really be forces that would directly make a move on Fighting Soul's sacred city. Regarding this, Ling Xiao didn't care at all. There was no difference between being the last place and being ranked over 1,000 in his opinion. If one couldn't become number 1, it was a failure. Of course, without those trash staying in Fighting Soul's sacred city, the atmosphere here was much better. Zhao Fengyan left again. This time, he was prepared to do a big job. He had to transport at least 100,000 people. Other than a portion of warriors, there were also some people who were engaged in ordinary affairs. After all, Fighting Soul's sacred city was a city without various facilities. That would be too miserable. Because there were more people, it was estimated that Zhao Fengyan wouldn't be able to rush back in a day. But this, Ling Xiao didn't care. With the Great Devil King, even if Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Sword Lady, and Zhao Fengyan weren't around, he had nothing to be afraid of. Of course, the people outside didn't know about this. Some nearby saint cities that were about the same strength as Fighting Soul's sacred city had already planned to surrender to Sword Soul's sacred city. The gift they offered was naturally Fighting Soul's sacred city. Although many of these saint cities had a good relationship with Fighting Soul's sacred city in the past. But the decline of Fighting Soul's sacred city had made them become ferocious. However, this was also human nature. The Saint Lord of Sword Soul's sacred city had broken through to the early extreme core realm. In the nearby cities, he was the #1 warrior. Even Ling Chuyan had reached the peak heavenly core realm, and among those at the same cultivation level, she was one of the top. Ling Chuyan made a statement. She wanted to personally destroy Fighting Soul's sacred city on the day of the Saint Lord's inspection. This statement was like an imperial edict to those nearby fence-sitters. Those who had a conscience chose to remain neutral. But most of the cities chose to add insult to injury. They were all waiting for that day to come, to humiliate Fighting Soul's sacred city, to humiliate Ling Xiao. The old men of Fighting Soul's sacred city gathered together and held a meeting. They all felt that they couldn't rely on Ling Xiao and Jiangnan anymore. Therefore, on the day of the inspection, even if they had to sacrifice their lives to protect the honor of Fighting Soul's sacred city, they wouldn't hesitate. The leader of this meeting was the great elder of the Punishment Palace. When Ling Xiao heard Haim Myungkeo's report, he was filled with respect. To be honest, he didn't like these old men in the past. But now, it seemed like when Fighting Soul's sacred city faced a life and death crisis, these old men were the most reliable. Don't worry, seniors, with me, Ling Xiao, here, not only will Fighting Soul's sacred city not fall, it will become even stronger. He would never let these people die. This was a true fortune. After experiencing such humiliation and despair, those who were still able to stay were all people who had strong feelings for Fighting Soul's sacred city. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43-26. On the second day, Ling Xiao ordered Haim Myungkeo to prepare for the reception of the disciplined sacred city. Everything was going on as usual. He would do whatever he was supposed to do. Since he had achieved his goal, what he needed to do next would be simple. That was to use his own strength to make those who looked down on him and the Fighting Soul's sacred city feel regret. Jiangnan was still in secluded cultivation. Ling Xiao was temporarily in charge of all the affairs of the sect. No one objected to this, although Ling Xiao didn't actually have any position. But his orders were still carried out. This was the benefit of cleaning up those trash. Haim Myungkeo was the temporary acting lord of the Jiangnan Palace. Ziqianye became the lord of the Divine Hawk Palace. Wan Hao was still the lord of the Hao Ran Palace. Since this guy didn't run away, he was qualified to continue being the lord of the prefecture. Zilong became the new lord of the Purple Dragon Palace. Dragon Sword Mountain became the new lord of the Sword Mountain Palace. These were the temporary 5 prefecture lords. As for the Disciplined Palace, it was still under the jurisdiction of the Great Elder. Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about this old man. When the venue was being set up, all 5 prefecture lords were present. Haim Myungkeo was the weakest amongst the 5 prefecture lords, but after a few days of special training by Ling Xiao, she had become the weakest. She was only at the 3rd divine core realm. She was weaker than most of the prefecture lords. But Ling Xiao was satisfied with her ability to get things done. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had given her a giant devil at the peak of the extreme core stage, who dared to behave atrociously in front of her. Wan Hao was still at the perfect 7th divine core realm, the perfect earth core realm. Ziqianye was at the same cultivation level as him, but his potential was obviously higher. He had a bright future ahead of him. Zilong was at the early 6th divine core realm. Dragon Sword Mountain was at the 4th divine core realm. None of them were strong, but they had Ling Xiao's support. Aside from Wang Hao, Ziqianye, Zilong, and Dragon Sword Mountain each had a giant demon at the peak of the extreme core stage. Ling Xiao kept one troll king for himself, which was enough. Tomorrow's review will definitely surprise those who look down on us. Haim Myungkeo smiled. Have you sent out all the invitations? Ling Xiao asked. They've all been sent out. However, even if these people come, they're probably here to cause trouble, not to congratulate us. Someone might even show up uninvited, Han Myung-keo said. Hee, it's good that they're here. Holy Lord Jiangnan will shut them up tomorrow. Is our Fighting Soul sacred city finished? Let them continue to be immersed in this beautiful dream, Ling Xiao said with a chuckle. Wan Hao was confused. What kind of situation was this? Why was the boss behind the scenes still so calm? City Lord Wan Hao, to be honest, I'm very surprised and touched that you're willing to stay. You must have suffered a lot these days, right? Ling Xiao looked at Wan Hao and asked. This sentence ignited all of Wan Hao's grievances. Sigh, don't mention it. I don't know that those guys who claim to be my good brothers are so heartless. They're actually so heartless. Not only are they heartless, but they're also adding insult to injury. Don't mention how aggrieved it is. Speaking of this matter, Wan Hao couldn't help but vent his anger. He had helped those people a lot in the past. In the past, when Fighting Soul Sacred City was doing well, he was very righteous. Now that he was in trouble, those bastards didn't even dare to say a word of support. They were all frightened by Sword Soul Sacred City's warning and didn't dare to make a sound. How could they be the Holy Lord? How embarrassing. Ha ha ha, City Lord Wan Hao, don't be angry with those people. Tomorrow, I'll let you hold your head high and vent your anger. I'll make all those who mocked and ridiculed you kneel down and beg you. Ling Xiao laughed. Wan Hao was stunned for a moment. There were many questions in his heart. When he wanted to ask, he was interrupted by Ling Xiao. Don't ask anything now. You just need to understand that you made the right choice. This choice will also benefit you for the rest of your life. In addition, leave behind the seats for the upper echelons of Fighting Soul Sacred City and the Disciplined Sacred City's Disciplined Knights. Everyone else, retreat. Leave? But what if there are guests? Wan Hao was stunned for a moment and asked. If they're really here to give their blessings, just at a temporary seat. If they're here to laugh at us, just let them stand. They don't deserve to sit. Ling Xiao sneered. Ling Xiao, you're wrong this time. Those people don't deserve to sit, they don't even deserve to stand. They only deserve to kneel there. Han Myung-keo said. Well said. Ling Xiao smiled. He was looking forward to tomorrow's inspection. Who knew how many untactful people would come to their deaths tomorrow? Instead of dealing with them one by one, why not wipe them out tomorrow? On the second day, the martial artists from Purple Spirit Kingdom, other than a few city lords, were all cultivating. Although they had great potential, they were not strong enough. Therefore, cultivating was their top priority. There were less than 1,000 people in the inspection hall. Among them were the old guys who were determined to die. Apart from a few who knew the details, their expressions did not change. Most of them were very disappointed. One had to know that at the peak of Fighting Soul Sacred City, there were 100,000 people. Now there were less than 1,000 people left. How pitiful. Jiangnan had not come out of seclusion. Ling Xiao sat on the main seat. Anyway, everyone knew that although Jiangnan was the sacred lord, he was actually the one in charge. Jiangnan was more like a general manager, handling complicated matters for him. Moreover, Jiangnan had not shown up yet. Sigh, our War Soul Sacred City has really declined. Previously, when Sacred Master Zhang Wu succeeded to the position of Sacred Master, he became the next Sacred Master. When Sacred Lord Zhang took over, there were hundreds of Sacred Lords who came to support him. Now, not a single Sacred Lord has shown up. Alright, don't say any more. This kind of thing was already expected. Since we chose to stay, don't complain. No matter what, we are people of Fighting Soul Sacred City. We must not lose face for Fighting Soul Sacred City. Yes, the other sacred cities did not give face. It is obvious that Sword Soul Sacred City is obstructing them. How hateful! What can we do? Sword Soul Sacred City has a genius like Ling Qiuyan. Not only did she help the Sacred Lord's cultivation breakthrough, but her own cultivation is also extremely powerful. It makes sense to be fawned on. Then you should also fawn on them. I'm not going. I was born as a member of Fighting Soul Sacred City, and I will die as a ghost of Fighting Soul Sacred City. I just feel that Jiangnan is not qualified to be the Sacred Lord. It would be better to let the Great Elder of the Punishment Hall be the Sacred Lord. He would not be so cowardly. Until now, he still doesn't dare to show up. There's no other way. Jiangnan has Ling Xiao behind him. Although Ling Xiao is not scary, he has the support of General Xiao Fengyun. Now, the people of the 3,000 sacred cities did not know the relationship between Ling Xiao, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Xiao Fengyun. However, the people of Fighting Soul Sacred City knew that Xiao Fengyun was working for Ling Xiao. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read the mobile version of this book. Chapter 43-27. But too bad, no one in the outside world knew that Xiao Fengyun was working for Ling Xiao. If not, they wouldn't have dared to disrespect Ling Xiao and look down on Fighting Soul's Sacred City. Sword Soul Sacred City is here to participate in the selection ceremony for the new Saint Lord of Fighting Soul's Sacred City. Come out and welcome us! Suddenly, a furious roar came from the sky. A few hundred figures appeared at the same time. Many of them were Heavenly Core warriors. The strongest among them was obviously Ling Qiuyan from Sword Soul's Sacred City. It was obvious that they weren't here to support Jiangnan. They were here to cause trouble for Fighting Soul's Sacred City. Ling Qiuyan stood in the sky, her black silk dress fluttering in the wind. Her beautiful face was filled with a gloomy coldness. Her eyes were as cold as ice. Many people stood up and looked at the sky with fear. Among these few hundred people, many of them were Saint Lords and City Lords from different cities. Of course, they were extremely strong. This shocked those old men from Fighting Soul's Sacred City. Helplessness and despair could be seen in their eyes. Initially, they wanted to defend the glory of Fighting Soul's Sacred City with their lives. But now, it looked like they wouldn't have the chance to do so. The enemy was too strong. Ling Xiao, that group of trash is here. Just as you expected, they're clearly here to cause trouble. Wan Hao stood up, he was worried. He didn't expect so many people to come. But obviously, they weren't here to support. Next to Ling Qiuyan, there were a few city lords from Sword Soul's Sacred City. Their overall strength was much stronger than the former city lord of Fighting Soul's Sacred City. Most of them were at the mid-Heavenly Core realm. As for the other Saint Lords, they were all at the peak Heavenly Core realm. As for the city lords who followed them, they were all at the peak Earth Core realm. This obviously proved how strong Sword Soul's Sacred City was. Among these people, the Saint Lord of Sword Soul's Sacred City wasn't here. Obviously, he didn't think it was necessary for him to come. Ling Qiuyan was enough to handle the situation. City Lord Wan Hao, don't worry, just sit down, Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face while drinking his tea. Wan Hao wanted to say something, but he didn't. He really didn't know where Ling Xiao got his confidence from. If Xiao Fengyun, it would be fine. But Xiao Fengyun, he wasn't here. Should we ask Saint Lord Jiangnan to come out? Wan Hao couldn't help but ask. Fengyun, Ling Qiuyan. She just wanted to drag this group of people over to watch me make a fuss. She is, to humiliate me. Haha, I didn't expect there to be so many holy sovereigns who are blind. Today, many saint cities. Ling Zhao's voice was as calm as ever, as though the hundreds of powerhouses were nothing to be worried about. Jiangnan, hurry up and come out to greet them. Wan of Jiang to Hell's Sacred City. Following the roar, the hundreds of people arrived in the air above the main hall. They. Contempt and disdain. They were to say, too. The first elder of the disciplinary hall sighed. Today would be the end of Fighting Soul's Sacred City. It wasn't that he was a coward, but there were some things that he couldn't control. In the sky, the beautiful woman in black exuded a peerlessly cold aura. It was as if she was the master of this world. The people around her were all her vassals and foils. They were even her dogs. The great elder sat on the chair helplessly. Sigh, We shouldn't have made an enemy of Sword Soul's sacred city. Great Elder, it's useless to say this now. Even if we don't make an enemy of Sword Soul's sacred city, they won't let us go. That's right. Now that things have come to this, we can only go all out. It's better to die in battle than to live like a coward. Forget it, let's go and welcome them. Otherwise, they will be angry and massacre Fighting Soul's sacred city. Just as they were about to stand up, Ling Zhao's voice suddenly rang out. Sit there. Whoever dares to go out will be a traitor of Fighting Soul's sacred city. Speaking to hear, his voice suddenly became much louder. The group of people in the sky shouted coldly, Welcome my ass! If you want to participate in the investigation, get down. If you don't, scram. These words gave those old fellows in Fighting Soul's sacred city a fright. Your words are indeed very unyielding, but isn't this adding fuel to the fire? Others haven't done anything yet, and you're deliberately angering them? But these people didn't realize that the other party didn't come through the door, but descended from the sky. This in itself was a humiliation to Fighting Soul's sacred city. When people got old, they were still timid in the end. To be able to live, most of them didn't want to die. How could they be as arrogant as Ling Zhao? Courting death. When the group of people in the sky heard Ling Zhao's words, they were also stunned and then flew into a rage. They were going to destroy Ling Zhao. But they were stopped by Ling Qiuyan. What's the hurry? There's still a good show to watch. Letting him die like this is letting him off too easily. I want him to be humiliated before he dies. Ling Qiuyan let out a light laugh, then she descended first. But then she realized that there were no seats for them in the huge palace. Brat, you're really as reckless as the rumors say. One of the city lords from Sword Soul's sacred city was annoyed. I'll give you 10 minutes to prepare a seat, or else Daddy will tear this Fighting Soul's sacred city apart. Dogs, you don't have the right to sit, you can just squat down. Ling Zhao looked at the city lord with disdain. A mid-heavenly core warrior was nothing in Ling Zhao's eyes. You're courting death. The city lord of Sword Soul's sacred city roared out, then he leapt towards Ling Zhao. Just as Ling Zhao was about to attack, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. The figure blocked the city lord's path. Both men's palms collided, and the city lord was at a disadvantage. Jiangnan! Jianluan! The man who appeared in front of Ling Zhao was Jiangnan. As for the city lord of Sword Soul's sacred city who tried to kill Ling Zhao, he was Jianluan. Oh, not bad, Jiangnan. You've broken through to the peak heavenly core realm? You're much faster than I expected. Ling Zhao didn't expect this at all. He was happy that Jiangnan was able to break through to the late heavenly core realm. In just 3 days, she had broken through to the peak heavenly core realm. It looked like Jiangnan had been working really hard in the past, but she hadn't found a good way to break through. Ling Zhao had provided her with the best way to break through. Greetings, young lord. Jiangnan had benefited greatly from this, and she was extremely grateful towards Ling Zhao. Therefore, she had learned from Zhao Fengyun and the others and called Ling Zhao young lord. Ling Zhao didn't reject her. She could call him whatever she wanted. Obviously, his status was higher than Jiangnan's. This could be considered to be a legitimate thing to do. But this scene had confused everyone. Especially Ling Qiuyan. Jiangnan was the temporary Saint Lord, and if she passed the inspection, she would become the true Saint Lord of Fighting Soul's sacred city. But now, she was calling Ling Zhao young lord. This was too strange. Chapter 43:28. But Jiangnan did not care what others thought. Anyway, in her heart, Ling Zhao was her boss. Calling him young lord was no problem at all. She turned around and looked at everyone, saying, Since you came to our Fighting Soul sacred city, be a little more well-behaved. After she finished speaking, she sat down beside Ling Zhao, waiting for the disciplinary knights sent by Yelu's sacred city. Jiangnan, you're really embarrassing. Clearly a holy lord, but you still have to listen to a disciple. Living for so long, you've really lived in vain, Jianluan said with a cold smile. A holy lord from another sacred city beside also said, This Ling Xiao is merely at Earth Core realm completion cultivation, although he also reached the level of a city lord. But compared to Ling Qiuyan, the difference is far, simply heaven and earth. Is it useful for you to spoil him like this? After several decades, Ling Qiuyan will definitely become the peak of the 3,000 sacred cities. Sword Soul Sacred City will also definitely become one of the few most powerful sacred cities among the 3,000 sacred cities. Sword Soul Sacred City's Holy Lord is right to value Miss Ling Qiuyan. But what's the point of you valuing this Ling Xiao so highly? Ling Qiuyan said with a faint smile. Holy Lord Gu's words are seriously too much of a compliment. Qiuyan doesn't dare to accept it. But you're right about one thing. Ling Xiao is a person who is about to die. No matter how Jiangnan protects him, it's useless. Furthermore, Fighting Soul Sacred City is currently ranked last among the 3,000 sacred cities, on the verge of destruction. I feel that if Jiangnan is smart, she can totally leave this rundown place. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Among them, a holy lord with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks laughed loudly and said, Miss Ling probably doesn't know, right? Jiangnan, this old cow eating young grass, I'm afraid she's taken a liking to this Ling Xiao. She's planning to find this Ling Xiao to be a gigolo. Otherwise, why would she be so protective? Right, I think the two people might have already done that, ha 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 ha. Jiangnan's expression suddenly became gloomy to the extreme. Insulting her was fine, but she could not allow others to insult Ling Xiao. No one could. Furthermore, when this guy with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks was beaten half to death, it was her who lent a helping hand and saved him. In the end, this guy became the Holy Lord. Who would have thought that he would hit a man when he was down today? He was worse than an animal. Monkey blocks thunder, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for saying such words? Don't forget who helped you back then. It's all thanks to my help that your White Thunder Sacred City is able to achieve what it is today, Jiangnan said furiously. If it wasn't for the fact that today was the day of the Holy Lord's inspection, she would have already made her move. She was now a peak Heavenly Core warrior, there was no need for her to fear this monkey Silei. Of course, it would be troublesome for her to deal with hundreds of people by herself. Therefore, if Ling Xiao did not allow her to make a move, she would not easily make a move. Ho Silei sneered shamelessly. This holy master didn't ask for your help. You were the one who took the initiative. So why should I care about your feelings? Ridiculous! He had actually dared to utter such shameless words. It was clear that this monkey Silei was a despicable person. Saint Lord Monkey, don't be angry over such a trivial matter. People who only know how to bring up old scores, we have to pity her. This meant that she no longer had a future. Look at the entire Fighting Soul Sacred City, it's dead and lifeless, just like the morning bell. It's lifeless. Please take pity on this sad woman, Ling Qiuyan said in a strange tone. Ha ha ha, Miss Ling is right. We have to pity the weak, right? Miss Ling is so kind. Everyone burst into laughter. Although they didn't have any seats, it didn't stop them from talking nonsense. Right at this moment, Ling Qiuyan was staring at Ling Xiao, hoping to see anger and unwillingness in Ling Zhao's eyes. Unfortunately, she didn't see any anger or unwillingness. What she saw was a cold killing intent in Ling Zhao's eyes. That killing intent made her feel a chill down her spine. She suddenly recalled what happened in the immemorial divine tomb. Ling Xiao was definitely a daring and reckless person. Although there was a rule in the disciplined sacred city, no one was allowed to casually kill someone. But Ling Xiao might not abide by this rule. Someone had bullied him, and Ling Xiao really had the guts to make a move. But after giving it some thought, she suddenly laughed. That's why I want you to make a move. With your strength, so what if you're angry? So what if you're angry? Who do you think you can kill? But Ling Qiuyan still couldn't understand why Ling Xiao was sitting there calmly. He was more indifferent than anyone else. The indifferent killing intent was brewing, as if a storm was coming. But none of the people on the scene noticed this. They were still laughing at the Fighting Soul's sacred city. Jiangnan, why don't you just give the Saint City Lord position to your little man? This way, even if the Fighting Soul Sacred City is destroyed, you won't have to take any responsibility. That Ling Xiao is actually quite strong, even the Koi King was killed by him. What kind of strength is that? I think someone must have helped him. Besides, even if he killed the Koi King, didn't he suffer a serious injury? I think he's at most an early Heavenly Core warrior. He's too weak compared to our Miss Ling, who is like a goddess. Shut up! Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. It was the Great Elder of the Punishment Palace. He furiously unleashed his terrifying aura, but it was only at the late Heavenly Core realm. But this old man still had his own backbone. The future Saint City Lord was being humiliated, the Fighting Soul Sacred City was being humiliated, and his disciple was being humiliated. As the Great Elder of the Punishment Palace, he had to stand up. At the same time, all the other old men stood up as well. There were a few hundred of them. Although most of them were only at the peak Earth Core realm. But with these few hundred men standing here, it was still an imposing scene. They couldn't let these bastards do whatever they wanted. Hee, are you all angry? Ho Sai said with a mocking tone. Even if all of you old men come at me together, I won't be afraid. Get the hell out of the Fighting Soul Sacred City right now, or else, even if we have to risk our lives, we won't let you do whatever you want here. The Great Elder of the Punishment Palace furiously roared. You're asking us to get the hell out of here? Looks like I don't have to teach you old men a lesson today. You don't know how powerful I am. Ho Sai sneered, then he unleashed his peak Heavenly Core aura. Not only did Ling Qiuyan not stop him, she even made way for him. She let Ho Sai fight. As long as he didn't kill anyone, even if he crippled those old men, the disciplined Sacred City wouldn't do anything about it. Ling Xiao didn't try to stop him either. If he wanted to kill someone, he had to have a reason. Besides, he had to let these old men know that he owed them a favor. He had to let them know that only he, Ling Xiao, could save the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Of course, if someone's life was in danger, he would still step in. After all, he admired these old men from the bottom of his heart. Kill! Ho Sai leapt forward. Frightening lightning bolts condensed on both of his fists. He threw them into the crowd. A total of 600 old men tried their best to defend themselves. When they joined forces, they were a formidable force. Although Ho Sai had knocked a few old men away, he was also knocked back by the impact. He had underestimated the strength of these old men. End of chapter. Chapter 43-29. Ho Sai, if you can't do it, let me help you. Sec Lord Gu said with a smile on his face. Gu Cheng, this is none of your business. Being mocked, Ho Sai unleashed his martial soul. His martial soul was the extremely powerful Thunderfish martial soul. The Thunderfish was the evolved form of the electric eel. The lightning it unleashed was even more powerful. Right when Ho Sai unleashed his Thunderfish martial soul, his entire body was covered in lightning. Obviously, his overall strength had skyrocketed. When Ho Sai charged into the crowd, all the old men of the Fighting Soul Sacred City were knocked down. They were struck by the lightning, and couldn't get back up. A peak Heavenly Core warrior was indeed powerful. Although he was slightly injured, most of the men had been defeated. In the end, the Great Elder of the Criminal Law Palace realized he couldn't win. He was actually trying to detonate his inner core. Ho Sai was startled by this. If all the men, including the Great Elder of the Criminal Law Palace, were to detonate their inner cores, even if all of them didn't die, they would be severely injured. Seeing this, Ling Xiao wanted to stop them. He couldn't let these men detonate themselves. These old men had sworn to protect the Fighting Soul Sacred City even if they had to die. They still had a long way to go. They still had to continue protecting the Holy City. But before he could do anything, Jian Nan had already struck. She pushed Ho Sai back with a palm strike, and at the same time, stopped the Great Elder from detonating himself. The rest of the men stopped as well. Without a target, it was meaningless to detonate themselves. Step back, Great Elder of the Criminal Law Palace, it's not time for us to fight to the death with the enemy. Jiang Nan stared at Ho Sai Lei with a cold expression, her eyes filled with killing intent. As long as Ling Xiao gave the order, even if she had to give up her position as the Saint Lord, she would kill this Ho Sai Lei. It's not time for us to fight to the death? The enemy has come to our home to bully us, we don't want to be cowards. The great elder of the criminal law palace furiously roared. No one asked you to be a coward! Go back and sit down, we'll watch the show. Jiang Nan believed that Ling Xiao had his own plan. He wouldn't just stand by and watch his men being bullied. At this time, Ling Xiao smiled and said, Great elder, you really need to change your temper. Isn't it just a bunch of dogs barking at our war soul sacred city? Once the inspection ceremony is over, I'll just kill them all. His words were said in a casual manner. However, it made many people shudder in fear. Kill them all? Are you serious? The old fellows of Fighting Soul's sacred city all felt that Ling Xiao was not a joking person. But today's joke was a little too much. Miss Ling, this brat has repeatedly humiliated us as dogs. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to hold myself back. Previously, Ho Sai Lei had lost face and wanted to regain it. Their target was naturally Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's cultivation was far from his. He believed that as long as he made a move, he would definitely be able to take him down. That's right. Let's get rid of that brat, and then destroy this Fighting Soul's sacred city. Gu Qing also said coldly. Among them, there were either Saint Lords or City Lords, yet they were being humiliated like this. Who could stand it? Lin Qiuyan, this woman, was very calm. She chuckled and said, Why are you all angry? You only know how to talk to a person who is about to die. In a while, when the people from Commandment Sacred City arrive, I will naturally request to start a war between Sword Soul's Sacred City and Fighting Soul's Sacred City. At that time, you can kill however you want. There is no need to rush. If we make a move now, it will be a little unjustified. Once Commandment Sacred City investigates, it will be hard for us to say. This brat is just trying to provoke us. After hearing Ling Qiuyan's words, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That was close. This Ling Xiao was too cunning. Since he could not win, he actually tried to use Commandment Sacred City to deal with them. Sinister! A bunch of cowards. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. He really did not have the idea of letting Commandment Sacred City deal with these people. It was better to rely on oneself than others. He just wanted to add some reason for himself to make a move. That way, even if Commandment Sacred City investigated, he also had a reason to argue. Commandment Sacred City's Dharma Apostle has arrived. Dharma Apostle? Didn't they say it was a Commandment Knight? It seemed that even Commandment Sacred City looked down on Fighting Soul's Sacred City. They actually sent the lowest level Dharma Apostle to preside over such a big matter. This was really looking down on others. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart, but still sat there arrogantly. However, the hundreds of people led by Ling Qiuyan had already knelt down, including Jiang Nan, Wan Hao, Commandment Hall's Grand Elder, and the remaining 1,000 people knelt down. Only Ling Xiao, Han Myung-keo, Zi Qianye, and Long Jianshan did not kneel. The three behind them were watching Ling Xiao's actions. If Ling Xiao knelt down, they would kneel. At this time, Ling Xiao was leaning comfortably on the armchair, drinking tea in his hands. He did not have any intention of putting Commandment Sacred City's Dharma Apostle in his eyes. Since Commandment Sacred City looked down on them, why should they give face to them? If the Commandment Sacred City's Dharma Master came, he might even bow and salute. A mere Dharma Apostle wanted him to kneel down, what a joke. The Dharma Apostle sent by Commandment Sacred City was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe. A peak Heavenly Core warrior. This cultivation level was normal. If he didn't even have a peak Heavenly Core warrior, how could he control the Saint Lords here? The Dharma Apostle walked into the main hall, and he saw Ling Xiao still sitting there. He couldn't help but frown. But he didn't say anything. This kind of arrogant person who didn't know the severity of the situation wouldn't live for long. There was no need for him to be angry with this kind of person. Since the future Saint Lord of Fighting Soul's sacred city had knelt down, that was enough. He gently raised his hand and said, "You can all rise." After saying that, he walked towards the seat that was prepared beforehand and was about to sit down. "Who allowed you to sit?" Ling Zhao's voice suddenly sounded out. "You're just a Dharma apostle, you're not qualified to sit here. This seat is prepared for commandment knights." The Dharma apostle was startled for a second, then a flame of anger rose in his chest. What an arrogant guy! Who was he? How dare he not give him any face? "Humph, I'm going to kill you later." Although he didn't say anything, in his mind, he already hated Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all. Among the 3,000 saint cities, he wasn't afraid of anyone, including the Dharma Lord of Commandment City. Whoever gave him face, he would give face to them. Since it was Commandment City who didn't give him face first, there was no need for him to be polite. They said they would send commandment knights, but now they sent a Dharma apostle. Who were they trying to fool? The fact that he didn't attack Zhang Xian was already being very respectful. Ling Qiuyan and the others were startled for a second, then they sneered. "So this guy is an idiot, he even dares to provoke a Dharma apostle from Commandment City. He's really scared of dying a slow death. I was worried that Commandment City wouldn't agree to start a war, but I didn't expect this guy to do this. I'm sure Commandment City will agree. This is called digging your own grave, you can't blame anyone else." Everyone stood there, waiting to see what a joke this was. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4330. Jiangnan, Han Myungkeo, Long Jianshan, Zi Qianye, and Zi Long all knew why Ling Xiao was so arrogant. However, the disciplinary hall's first elder and the others had a hard time. All of them were in a state of confusion. They had no idea why Ling Xiao was so arrogant. "Jiangnan, who is this? Why is he so arrogant? Aren't you the most powerful person in the Fighting Soul Saint City?" The Dharma Apostle asked coldly. "Master Dharma Apostle, this is my young lord. His words are more important than mine." Jiangnan bowed and said, "Humph. You're going to be the Saint Lord soon, but you call this little bastard your young lord. Don't you feel ashamed?" The Dharma Apostle coldly harumphed. "I don't feel ashamed. Master Dharma Apostle, shouldn't you get down to business?" Jiangnan said with an indifferent tone. "Humph. If you want to be the Saint Lord, you need the approval of more than half of the people in the city. You also need to be at least a mid-heavenly core warrior." The Dharma Apostle coldly harumphed. "There's no problem with the first requirement. Everyone here agrees that I'll be the Saint Lord. As for the second requirement, please take the test," Jiangnan said with a smile. She now understood why Ling Xiao wanted to clear out all those trash. If those people didn't leave, it would be troublesome for her to inherit the Saint Lord position. But now, it was different. Those old men were saved by her, so they didn't dare to oppose her. With so many people here, it was easy to get more than half of them. Next, it was a matter of strength. Cultivation base didn't count, the most important thing was one's combat strength. Therefore, someone had to take the test. "Master Dharma Apostle, why don't you let me test Saint Lord Jiangnan's strength?" Ling Qiuyan stood up with a smile on her face and said to the Dharma Apostle. The Dharma Apostle was satisfied. Let him do it himself. Why? He was sent here by the disciplined Saint City, and he had a noble status. How could he fight with this bunch of trash? Since someone volunteered, he was more than happy to do it. "All right. I've heard about your extraordinary talent. Since you're willing to help me, I'm more than happy to help you." The Dharma Apostle smiled. His impression of Ling Qiuyan was much better than his impression of Ling Xiao. Both Ling Qiuyan and Ling Xiao were the geniuses of the 3,000 saint cities. Ling Xiao had completed his previous mission quite well. Furthermore, he was able to kill the Koi King, which meant that he had some ability. But the problem was, besides those in Fighting Soul Saint City, there was no one witnessed was the king killing the king was king. Therefore, The outside world was saying that Ling Xiao had an unfair advantage. He must have joined forces with others to make a move. Just like that, after killing the Koi King, he was still injured. It was really embarrassing. On top of that, Ling Xiao's attitude towards him today made him very unhappy. Ling Qiuyan, on the other hand, was different. Even though she had already become the next successor of the Sword Spirit Sacred City's Saint Lord, she was still a Saint Lord. She was even Jiang, she was in addition, she was beautiful and had a pleasant voice. He liked her. She was the one God, she was the great Lord. He's Jiang. He's Jiang, he was. Wait. Just as the Dharma Apostle decided to let Ling Qiuyan and Jiang Nan fight, Ling Xiao spoke again. What do you want now? The Dharma Apostle was getting impatient. Dharma Apostle, don't you think you're making a stupid decision? Ling Qiuyan, what makes you think she can fight our Saint Lord? Is she even qualified? If you want her to fight, can I fight on behalf of our Saint Lord? Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. He could tell that Jiang Nan was no match for Ling Qiuyan. Ling Qiuyan was one of the top warriors in the perfect heavenly core realm. Jiang Nan had just broken through to this realm. Although he was stronger than Ho Sai Lei and Gu Qing, he was still weaker than Ling Qiuyan. Therefore, if the two of them fought, Jiang Nan would lose. He could forget about the Saint Lord position. That was why Ling Xiao decided to fight on his own. You want to fight? The Dharma Apostle was intrigued. Was this Ling Xiao an idiot? You're just a perfect Earth Core warrior, and you want to fight on behalf of Jiang Nan? Are you trying to trick Jiang Nan? Or are you trying to help Jiang Nan? Master Dharma Apostle, I agree with what Ling Xiao said. Why don't we let him fight on behalf of Jiang Nan? He is Jiang Nan's disciple. If he can win, then Saint Lord Jiang Nan won't have any problems. Ling Qiuyan couldn't wait to fight with Ling Xiao. That's why she was trying her best to help. The Dharma Apostle knew what Ling Qiuyan was trying to do. She was trying to curry favor with this woman who would become a giant in the future. He finally nodded his head and said, Since both sides agree, then let's do it. Hearing his words, the disciplinary hall's Grand Elder and the others panicked even more. Ling Xiao would be seriously injured if he killed the Koi King. The Koi King was only an early Heavenly Core warrior. But Ling Qiuyan was a perfect Heavenly Core warrior. The gap between their strength was just too big. How could they win? They were finished. The Fighting Soul Sacred City was going to lose all its face. Ling Xiao, stop messing around, the Great Elder said angrily. Great Elder, there's no need to be angry. I've already agreed, just watch, Jiang Nan said with an indifferent tone. She had complete trust in Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was able to kill Zhang Wu with a single strike. His strength shouldn't be underestimated. Can I kill her? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Today, Ling Qiuyan had brought some men to the Fighting Soul Sacred City to pick a fight. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to get away with it. If he let her walk out of the Fighting Soul Sacred City alive, then he would be the one who was useless. Ha, is there something wrong with this guy's head? It's good enough that Miss Ling didn't kill him. How dare he try to kill Miss Ling? Ho Sai Lei laughed out wildly. Look at his actions, I know there's something wrong with his head. We should show him some sympathy, Gu Qing said with a laugh. You can't kill him, unless both of you sign a life and death contract before the fight. No matter who dies, it's not your fault, the Dharma Apostle said. I'm willing. Ling Xiao and Ling Qiuyan answered almost at the same time. Both of them wanted each other dead. Ling Xiao hated Ling Qiuyan for actually bringing so many people to the Fighting Soul Sacred City to mess things up. If he didn't kill Ling Qiuyan, he couldn't kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Ling Qiuyan already wanted Ling Xiao dead since the time in the ancient divine tomb. Now that she was powerful, this thought was naturally even more urgent. All right, since both sides agree, then sign a life and death contract before fighting. The law apprentice was happy to watch the show. Anyway, he didn't think that Ling Qiuyan would lose. He was very happy that Ling Xiao was dead. After all, Ling Xiao was very rude to him previously. The two signed the life and death contract successfully. Ling Qiuyan walked out of the hall impatiently and went to the plaza outside. Come on, Ling Xiao. Let's settle our old and new grudges together today. Hoo-hoo. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked out too. On the plaza, there was an arena. It was originally used by the Fighting Soul Sacred City's disciples to spar. Today, it was just right for them to fight. Seeing Ling Xiao enter the arena, the disciplinary court's first elder couldn't help but stomp his feet. This kid has talent but no brains. Think about it, with your perfect Earth Core realm cultivation, can you really win against that woman? End of this chapter. Chapter 43-31. Head Elder, I feel that Ling Xiao has a reason for doing so. What reason? Most likely, he knows that Jiang Nan is inferior to that woman, that's why he will fight himself. He's just an ordinary disciple. Losing also doesn't represent Fighting Soul's sacred city. But if Jiang Nan loses, it's different. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that this boy is actually so noble. The Punishment Hall's head elder also felt that there was only this possibility. But this was a little too cruel to Ling Xiao, right? At this time, on the stage, Ling Xiao was dressed in azure robes, standing there proudly, completely without the slightest hint of decadence and fear. A head of black hair fluttered with the wind. Apart from being free and easy, it also revealed some hints of a king's aura. I really didn't expect that you're actually so dumb, to actually want to replace Jiang Nan to fight with me. What's even more unexpected is that you actually dared to sign a life and death contract with me. What in the world happened during this period of time, to be able to make a cunning fellow become so dull? Perhaps you think that this is being noble, wanting to die for Jiang Nan. But if you die, I'll still destroy Fighting Soul's sacred city. Ling Qiuyan's black satin long dress wrapped around her perfect figure. In the icy cold smile, there was some contempt. The voice was arrogant and indifferent. Ling Xiao stood at a place 100 meters away from Ling Qiuyan, listening to Ling Qiuyan's self-opinionated words. He could not help laughing. He knew that apart from the few people around him, everyone present did not think highly of him. But so what? He, Ling Xiao, had never needed to let others understand his actions. His actions were all based on his own heart. Ling Qiuyan, hasn't anyone said before that your laughable confidence makes you appear even more self-opinionated? Ling Xiao said with a light laugh. Why do I dare to fight with you? Why do I dare to sign a life and death contract? Don't you use your brain? Forget it, even if you understand now, it's also already too late. Make your move, everyone is watching. Ling Zhao's voice similarly revealed some contempt. Because Ling Qiuyan was indeed inferior to him. Ling Qiuyan frowned. Following that, she laughed again. He had almost fallen for Ling Zhao's trick. This guy was really good at putting on airs and fooling people. Unfortunately, it was meaningless to use it on him. You only know how to flaunt your tongue. Although this is a battle of life and death, I can give you a chance. As long as you kneel in front of me and agree to be my slave. Listen to my orders and I'll let you live. Ling Qiuyan sneered. Then I have to thank you, but I, Ling Xiao, am not used to being someone's slave. Ling Xiao did not draw his sword. Because there was no need. With his current mid-9th level Emperor Realm physical body, he was able to make a breakthrough. He didn't even need to transform. Just by relying on his bare hands and the Beast God's special skill, he could easily win. Although he did not draw his sword, his aura was gradually released. A roaring killing intent enveloped the arena. Yeah, what a pity. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. Ling Qiuyan knew that it was impossible for a guy like Ling Xiao to surrender casually. Therefore, he didn't waste any time. He directly made his move. It was different from her previous self. Now, she had mastered the top martial skills of the Sword Spirit Sacred City. The strongest martial skill had reached the peak of the 8th level Emperor Realm. This was the best martial skill among the Sacred City ranked below 1000. The fact that she could learn it was enough to show that the Sword Spirit Sacred City valued her. For revenge. In order to let herself get better martial skills. She cultivated desperately, and had long grasped these martial skills to the point of perfection. Today, it could come in handy. Secret method, heart-slaying sword. This was not an attack driven by true essence. It was a secret method performed by soul force. The heart-slaying sword suddenly appeared. Invisible and traceless, heart-slaying. She had no intention of being merciful. The first time she made a move, she used her trump card. It was unknown how many warriors had died under this heart-slaying sword. This kind of secret method was simply impossible to guard against. The crowd didn't even see the sword light. The attack had already been released. The onlookers could only feel their souls trembling. They were comparing. If it were them, they would not be able to block this attack at all. They would be defeated on the spot. Jiang Nan now understood why Ling Xiao wanted to make a move. Ling Qiuyan was much more terrifying than she imagined. Even the Dharma apprentice was shocked. Ling Qiuyan's attack was not only stronger but also more bizarre. Ling Xiao stood there like a fool, not moving at all. The heart-slaying sword pierced through Ling Xiao's head. Because it was a secret method condensed by soul force, it also hurt the soul. It seemed that Ling Xiao's body did not have any injuries. But many people knew that he was finished. It's over. That Ling Xiao really overestimated himself. Jian Wan sneered. It's really boring. It actually ended like this. Miss Ling should teach that guy a good lesson and let him know that some people should not be offended. Ho Sai Lei curled his lips. That's right. We have to make Ling Xiao suffer a fate worse than death. That would be letting him off too easily. Gu Qing was also dissatisfied. On the War Soul Sacred City side, a trace of sadness appeared on the face of the disciplinary hall's great elder. He did not like Ling Xiao in the past, but Ling Xiao was willing to die for Jiang Nan. This moved him a little. The other old men also lowered their heads, feeling that they had missed out on Ling Xiao in the past. Trash! Ling Qiuyan stopped her attack and said disdainfully, What did you do? Suddenly, Ling Xiao's face was brimming with a brilliant smile as he looked at Ling Qiuyan and asked, At that moment, almost everyone's jaws dropped to the ground, and their eyeballs almost flew out. What the F***ck? How is this possible? It was too strange. Ling Xiao was actually unharmed. Impossible. You were clearly hit by my heart-slaying sword. How can you be fine? Ling Qiuyan exclaimed. What's impossible about this? Your heart-slaying sword is just a soul force attack. In terms of soul force, I, Ling Xiao, have never lost to anyone before. You wouldn't have forgotten the things that happened in the past, right? Ling Xiao said with a light smile. His relaxed expression made the faces of those guys who mocked Ling Xiao instantly turn black like the bottom of a pot. Too humiliating. Originally, they thought that Ling Xiao was already defeated and dead. In the end, he did not even have a strand of hair injured. This was also too inconceivable, right? The disciplinary sacred city's Dharma apostle was stunned too. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. Looks like he does have some ability. But even so, it's also impossible for him to be Ling Qiuyan's match. Humph, so what even if you escape the mystic arts attack? This move, how are you going to block it? Ling Qiuyan gave a cold snort. In order to regain her face, she quickly urged her true essence and released a second attack. This time, she did not use the mystic art. Behind her, 18 streaks of sword light appeared, circling around a circle. Flying sword flurry, kill! A delicate cry sounded. 18 streaks of sword light shot toward Ling Xiao at the same time. The speed was extremely fast, and the power was also tremendous, virtually arriving in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. Chapter 43-32. Swish! Everyone saw Ling Xiao's body being pierced. But the next moment, what surprised them was that what was pierced was actually merely an afterimage. The real Ling Xiao already reached another position. The flying sword pierced the arena, erupting with a horrifying rumble. It made many martial artists present reveal looks of horror. How can this kid dodge it? Clearly, even we can't dodge it. It's fine. He can dodge one sword, but can he dodge 18 swords? Jian Wan gritted his teeth and said. But unfortunately, he was slapped in the face very soon. The attack power of Ling Qiuyan's 18 streaks of sword light was indeed terrifying. But actually not a single move could touch Ling Xiao. This was too bizarre. 18 streaks of sword light all hit the arena. One deep pit after another was formed on the arena. Yet none of the attacks hit Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao avoided all of the attacks like taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. Then, he looked at Ling Qiuyan proudly. What other tricks do you have? Show them all. Today, not only will I let you die, but I'll also let you die in despair. Let everyone understand what the outcome of provoking me, Ling Xiao, is. How can it be so easy to dodge? Ling Qiuyan was flustered in the wind. This move, even martial artists with the same cultivation as her could not possibly dodge it too. In the end, they could only meet force with force. But Ling Xiao actually avoided all of them. What in the world happened? And that disciplined Sacred City's Dharma apprentice was dumbfounded too. Ling Xiao's movement technique and speed were even more terrifying than his. How was this possible? Perhaps he can really win. The Discipline Hall's head elder was also staring dumbfounded at this time, only saying a sentence after a long time. If Ling Xiao could win, he would naturally be happy. Who Ling Xiao represented now was Jiangnan, and Jiangnan represented Fighting Soul's Sacred City. If he won, this was very important to the elevation of Fighting Soul's Sacred City's status. No way, right? He only avoided 2 moves. That Ling Qiuyan shouldn't have used her true strength yet. There were still people who felt that it was not too possible. Don't forget, Ling Xiao didn't use Beast Soul transformation either. Some of the old fellows also began to have confidence in Ling Xiao. Listening to such discussions, Ling Xiao remained calm and collected. He was who he was. He would not become arrogant because of other people's praise. He wouldn't be annoyed by other people's slander. However, Ling Qiuyan was different. The current Ling Qiuyan was clearly somewhat anxious. He was unable to kill Ling Xiao in 2 consecutive moves. Her title as the strongest warrior at the peak Heavenly Core realm didn't really live up to her name. Is dodging the only thing you can do? He was indeed a piece of trash. But even if you can dodge, I will still defeat you today. I want you to kneel in front of me in front of those people from War Soul's Sacred City. And then die a humble death. With a furious roar, Ling Qiuyan released her martial spirit. It was Ling Xiao's first time seeing her martial soul. It was a huge and ferocious eye. It was filled with red blood vessels, and it stared at the enemy. If it was someone with a slightly weaker mentality, they would have lost their composure. Use your sword. If not, others will think I have an unfair advantage. Aren't you an expert in sword skills? Ling Qiuyan shouted. Speaking of which, old woman, in order to reach your current strength, you seized someone else's body. Slept with someone else. It wasn't easy for you to reach your current height. Logically speaking, I should be fighting you with all my strength. Too bad, you don't have that right. Ling Xiao placed his hands behind his back and said softly. Although he said it casually, it was no different from throwing a bomb into the crowd. Seized someone else's body? Slept with someone else? Actually, the rise of Ling Qiuyan was filled with mystery. What Ling Xiao said today was what many people were thinking. However, they didn't have the guts to say it out loud. But Ling Xiao didn't care. Right now, the way many people looked at Ling Qiuyan had changed. It was no longer a look of worship. Instead, it was a look of lust. Now, it was a look of greed. The first elder of the punishment hall had just drunk a mouthful of tea and was about to calm down. In the end, he was so shocked by Ling Xiao's words that he spat out the tea. F***ck, this kid is fierce. Although I also want to say such harsh words, I can't say it out loud. Indeed, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Right, the two of them knew each other before. Could it be that there was such a thing in the past? Thinking of this, the group of old fellows looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. Such a sinister, cunning, and fierce beauty was actually slept with by you, and you're still unharmed? Ling Qiuyan didn't know why things turned out like this. It was true that she had seized someone else's body. And she had indeed slept with the Holy Lord of Swords Soul's sacred city. But these were all secrets. How did Ling Xiao know? Right now, she was being looked at strangely by others. Even a thick-skinned woman like her couldn't hold it in anymore. Her expression became very ugly. The flames of anger completely erupted. It was as if her entire person was about to burn. Shut up, you shameless person. Can't beat me, so you insulted my innocence like this. Today, if I, Ling Qiuyan, don't kill you, I swear that I'm not human. The mouth grew on other people's body. She had no way of stopping it. The only thing that she could do now was to finish off Ling Xiao as an example to others. Let those fellows who were gossiping understand that her matters could not be spoken carelessly. Otherwise, she would have to die. Not only am I going to kill you, today, fighting Soul's sacred city won't leave anyone alive. This is the price of insulting me. Ouch, I'm so scared. Don't just talk and not practice. You can't even touch me. Still want to kill me? Ling Xiao smiled very roguishly and said, I advise you to calm down a little. Being too agitated won't be good for your performance. At that time, when you lose to me, you'll have to find excuses again. Ling Qiuyan was very furious, but she also understood very well. In the beginning, apart from not releasing her martial soul, what she used was killing moves. In the end, she could not touch Ling Xiao at all. Ling Xiao was much more powerful than she imagined. That was why she had no choice but to release her martial soul. She did not believe that after releasing her martial soul, Ling Xiao would still be her match. Ling Xiao was still standing there. He was not nervous at all. A perfect heavenly core warrior was not even worth mentioning in front of him. He had experienced so many things in the heavenly demon ghost region. Although the heavenly demon blooming Sirius had long lost its power. But with the experience of a powerful warrior, he had the experience of a powerful warrior. Plus, his martial skills were much better than Ling Qiuyan's. The reason why he wanted her to fight was because he wanted to humiliate her. He wanted Ling Qiuyan to use all her skills, but she still couldn't kill him. Then, he would kill her. This way, the deterrence would be even stronger. Storm of flying swords! Compared to the flying swords before, this time, the storm of flying swords was even more terrifying. The entire arena was wrapped up. The storm of flying swords was dozens of meters tall. Even if one wanted to fly high into the sky to dodge, it was too late. The dust and rocks that filled the air blocked everyone's vision. Everyone could only feel the powerful storm of flying swords raging on the arena. As for what happened to Ling Xiao, where was Ling Xiao? None of them knew. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4333. Even at this time, because of the powerful aura of the flying sword storm, they could not even sense Ling Xiao's aura. The only thing that could prove that Ling Xiao was not dead was probably that Ling Qiuyan had not stopped this terrifying attack. Furthermore, this was not quite the same as what was agreed upon. Didn't they say that Ling Xiao was seriously injured after the battle with the Koi King? Why did he actually force Miss Leng to use such a terrifying move today? F***CK, could it be that Ling Xiao, that guy, deliberately released fake news? Actually, he was not injured. In the crowd, there were two people who were old acquaintances. They were precisely the Punishment Hall's second elder and third elder. These two people left Fighting Soul's sacred city and sought refuge in White Thunder's sacred city, which was also Ho Sai Lei's place. They both became the city lord there. Today, they followed together because they wanted to see how that stubborn big brother of theirs was done for. Although they were not biological big brothers, their relationship was so good in the past. But now, he was so cold. The human heart was really unpredictable. What happened just now made second elder and third elder quite pleased with themselves. But at this moment, they were somewhat nervous. Ling Xiao, this guy, was extremely cunning. Who could guarantee that he did not deliberately pretend to be unable to do so before, and then wait for the big fish to take the bait today? If it was really so, it would be terrible. What are you two afraid of? It's only been a little over a month. You guys are thinking too highly of him. When he left, he was just early-stage Earth Core Realm cultivation. Being able to cultivate to Great Circle Earth Core Realm when he came back is already a miracle. You guys think that he can still suppress Miss Lung? Host Siley said huffily. If I knew that you two were such cowards, I wouldn't have let you two join White Thunder's sacred city. Their side was in full swing with their discussion. But Ling Qiuyan's expression in the middle of the battle became more and more unsightly. There was no way around it. Ling Xiao was too terrifying. She could clearly feel that her attack had already been released, and it had also attacked Ling Xiao. But this was the most terrifying part. All the attacks hit and actually did not cause the slightest bit of damage to Ling Xiao. This was simply a nightmare. No, it can't be. How can he be like this? It definitely can't be. At this time, Ling Qiuyan had already completely lost her cool. As she screamed, all of the flying swords merged into one and shot toward Ling Xiao. She did not believe that such an attack could not kill Ling Xiao. However, by doing so, the attack became stronger. But there was no range. However, Ling Xiao was able to avoid it easily. She felt a fiery breath beside her ear. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had already appeared beside her. No one knew. Isn't this feeling of despair very interesting? A cold voice came from Ling Xiao's mouth. Ling Qiuyan could not help but shudder. At such a close distance. She actually didn't notice Ling Xiao's existence. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill her, she would not react at all. But strangely, Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any intention of doing so. It only patted her head gently before disappearing. Die, die, die! Although the frenzied Ling Qiuyan did not know why Ling Xiao did not kill her. But since she did not die, she had to retaliate and attack. The originally pretty face became incomparably hideous. A frenzied sword intent was released from her body. That enormous blood red eye behind her shot out rays of resplendent light, turning the entire arena into an execution ground. Anyone who touched those red lights would be annihilated immediately. That kind of high temperature, even alchemy realm martial artists had to fear. Possessing someone else's body and only having this bit of strength, you might as well go and die. Ling Xiao's voice sounded beside Ling Qiuyan's ears once more like a ghost. Even if the red light enveloped the entire arena, it was unable to hit that man too. That man was akin to a ghost, making people unable to grasp him. Ling Xiao was actually under a lot of pressure right now too. Under the situation where he did not transform, facing this lunatic like Ling Qiuyan, as long as he was hit by the red light, he would probably be severely injured. But he wanted to completely destroy this woman's will. He would not transform easily. He believed in his strength. Believed in his speed. Believed that even under this sort of situation, he could also easily take care of Ling Qiuyan. The people below were long already dumbfounded. The battle progressing until now, they already understood Ling Xiao's terror. Ling Qiuyan's strength had once defeated Monkey Sai Lei and Gu Qing, these two holy lords. In the end, she could not even touch Ling Xiao now. How terrifying this sort of thing was, probably only they understood in their hearts. This was simply a nightmare. Is your trump card only limited to this? Ling Xiao's voice sounded out once more. But this time, it was facing everyone. Everyone heard it very clearly. What did Ling Xiao mean by this? Could it be that he really had the ability to defeat Ling Qiuyan? Even until now, people only felt that Ling Xiao's speed was sufficiently fast. Wanting to kill him was very hard. But for him to want to defeat Ling Qiuyan, it was also something impossible. Hence, hearing Ling Xiao's words, that was why they would be somewhat perplexed. That bunch of old fellows already prostrated on all fours in admiration towards Ling Xiao at this time. No wonder Jiang Nan was willing to listen to him. With his strength, us old bones added up are absolutely not a match. That's right. No wonder when those people from Fighting Soul Sacred City left, he did not stop them. If they were just trash, they would have left. The punishment hall's first elder looked at second elder and third elder and said with a big laugh, "See that? I said before, Fighting Soul's sacred city won't fall, but you guys just didn't believe." Even not hesitating to cut off our many years of friendship and betray Fighting Soul's sacred city. What this old man despises the most in my life is people who choose to run away when their sect is in danger. If the sect is fine, you leave, then I'll respect your choice. But when the sect is in danger, you guys leave. That's the act of a traitor, despised by people. Old thing, you talk less. Ling Xiao, he can't beat Miss Ling at all. Monkey Sai roared. And even if he wins, so what? The people here are enough to destroy your Fighting Soul sacred city 100 times over. Is that so? Hai Myung-keo suddenly stood up. She looked at Monkey Sai with an indifferent expression and said, "To be honest, I've been tolerating you for a long time. Since the moment you stepped into Fighting Soul's sacred city, you've been humiliating us. You're courting death. The reason why I didn't kill you is because the boss didn't give the order. If not, you would have become a dead body by now. Ha ha ha, you? You're just a trash at the third divine core realm. How dare you speak so arrogantly?" Monkey Sai was laughing so hard that tears almost came out from his eyes. All the other men were laughing as well. "City Lord Clearsky, let me kill him." Jiang Nan furrowed her brows and said. She didn't want anything to happen to these geniuses brought here by Ling Xiao. Although these geniuses weren't strong, they all had great potential. As long as they were properly trained, they would definitely be able to become outstanding. At that time, Fighting Soul's sacred city would become even stronger. Please remember the domain name of this book. Let's all read it on mobile. Chapter 43-34. Saint Lord Jiangnan, you're worried that I won't be able to defeat you. You don't have to worry about that. Hai Myung-keo smiled, then she suddenly walked towards Ho Sai-lei. Ho Sai-lei looked at Hai Myung-keo with disdain, and his eyes were filled with disdain. On the other hand, the laud disciple from Discipline's sacred city shook his head. Were all the people from Fighting Soul's sacred city idiots? Although he was surprised by Ling Qiuyan's challenge, the result of the battle had yet to be determined, and he couldn't tell who the winner was. The other girl, who looked like a third divine core warrior, kept saying that she wanted to kill the Saint Lord of White Lightning's sacred city. Was this even possible? "Little girl, if you can touch even a single hair of mine, I'll kneel down and call you Mom," Ho Sai-lei sneered. "I don't have such an unfilial son like you." Hai Myung-keo smiled. Suddenly, a frightening aura shot out from her shadow. No one was able to clearly see what had happened. Ho Sai-lei was lying in a pool of blood. His inner core was completely shattered. He was only left with the ability to breathe. "No! How could this be? How could this be? I'm the Saint Lord, I don't want to die." After saying that, Ho Sai-lei breathed his last breath. The mighty Saint Chief of White Lightning's sacred city was killed by a little girl at the third divine core realm. This gave everyone a fright. Jiang Nan was dumbfounded as well. What they saw just now was a black shadow flying out from Hai Myung-keo's shadow. After that, it flew back. After that, Ho Sai-lei died. The entire process happened too fast, so fast that no one could see it clearly. The entire scene was dead silent, and everyone had forgotten that there were still two men fighting on the arena. Everyone stared at Hai Myung-keo in horror. He thought to himself, "So this woman who looks very weak is the trump card of Fighting Soul's sacred city. But why does her face look so unfamiliar? You really did kill him. Do you know the consequences of killing a Saint Lord in the 3000 sacred city?" Gu Qing stared at Hai Myung-keo in horror. He finally reacted and said in a trembling voice, "I know the rules of the 3000 holy cities better than you. Barging into another holy city without permission was tantamount to starting a war. If one died, the commandment holy city would have nothing to say. Moreover, this person has humiliated our holy lord and boss many times. If he didn't kill him, was he supposed to wait for him to continue his rampage? Moreover, he was the one who asked me to kill him. You all heard it. Isn't that right, Lord Legatee? Haim Myunkeo smiled at the Dharma apostle of the sacred city of discipline. The Dharma apprentice was scared out of his wits. Although his battle prowess was slightly stronger than Ho Sai Lei, but this woman could kill Ho Sai Lei in an instant. He would definitely be able to kill him instantly. He didn't dare to speak carelessly. That arrogance from before had long vanished without a trace. If I knew this would happen, I would have sent the disciplinary knights. Disciplinary master, you've really underestimated War Soul's sacred city. Dharma apprentice smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked at Haim Myunkeo and said, Monkey Sai Lei trespassed into War Soul's sacred city and spoke rudely. He deserves to die. What else could he say? In order to survive, this was the only way. At this time, on the stage, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. He looked at Ling Qiuyan with a smile and said, I originally wanted to continue playing with you. But since Ming Kong has already flipped out, there's no need for me to continue tormenting you. Are you ready to die? Ling Qiuyan's expression didn't look good. Ho Sai Lei's death was really a blow to her. Not because they had a good relationship, but because Ho Sai Lei's cultivation was on par with hers. Even Ho Sai Lei was killed so easily. Then she wouldn't have any advantage against Haim Myunkeo. Do you think you're as strong as that woman? You're far inferior to her. Ling Qiuyan was trying to gain confidence for herself. Is that so? Ming Kong, this woman said you're much stronger than me. Is that true? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. That can only mean that she's stupid. My strength was given to me by you. Haim Myunkeo said lightly. Did you hear that? Idiot! Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. This move will end the battle. You'd better use everything you can. This way, you won't regret it after you die. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Qiuyan and said indifferently, I don't believe a single word of what you said. It's nothing more than wanting to make me fearful. To make me lose my calm and confidence. If you have the ability, you can come and try. Ling Qiuyan definitely didn't believe it. If she believed it, then wouldn't she become a complete joke? It was like a little ant challenging a powerful human. After fighting for half a day and not dying, she thought she was strong enough. Little did she know that the other party was just playing. How could she accept this? But Ling Xiao didn't care whether she accepted it or not. A powerful aura was suddenly released from his body. Then his right hand began to condense vital essence. In the sky, thick clouds covered, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. As if some terrifying monster was about to appear from the sky. That's a hand! A big hand that covers the sky! What a terrifying pressure! Below, everyone was incomparably shocked. Including Haim Myunkeo and the rest. They also had not met with Ling Xiao for a very long time. As for how strong Ling Xiao was exactly, to be honest, they did not know either. Today, truly witnessing this horrifying aura of Ling Xiao, they all gradually understood that Ling Xiao, this fellow, already grew to a very terrifying extent. Oh, Zilong, Ling Xiao, he threw us further and further away. Chapter 43-35. What was laughable was that Ling Qiuyan even thought that she finally found the chance to take revenge. In reality, she took the initiative to deliver herself to the doorstep to be used as a stepping stone for others. Truly despicable enough. No! I'm Ling Qiuyan, I can't die like this! Ling Qiuyan shook her head. She did not want to die. She really did not want to die. Ling Xiao, I'm willing to be your slave, please let me off. From today onwards I'll be loyal to you. I only beg you to let me off. That sense of powerlessness and fear made Ling Qiuyan abandon her dignity. She finally managed to obtain a chance to live again. She did not want to die now. This scene made those people who followed Ling Qiuyan completely dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? That proud woman, that insufferably arrogant woman, actually knelt down for Ling Xiao? And even begging for mercy? Although this attack of Ling Xiao's was very terrifying, there was also no need to be like this, right? They naturally did not know how terrifying the pressure Ling Qiuyan, who was in the middle of the attack, felt. Ling Qiuyan felt like she was enemies with the entire mystic world. Enemies with the entire universe. The vast and boundless universe's desolate desolation was pressing down on her body. This was completely different from the feeling of onlookers. "Ling Qiuyan, you coward!" Jian Luan shouted. It was a pity that Ling Qiuyan did not care at all. She only wanted to live. Once a person died, everything would be gone. "Stand up, don't make me look down on you! At this final moment, use your most powerful attack to resist. Perhaps you can still have a glimmer of life." Ling Xiao looked at Ling Qiuyan coldly. Such an opponent seriously could not arouse any interest in him. He needed an opponent to resist. Ling Qiuyan gritted her teeth. Looks like begging for mercy was not going to work. Then she could only fight to the death. "Sword Soul True Explanation, Sword Cage!" Ling Qiuyan gave a delicate cry. The long sword in her hand danced. The entire arena's space suddenly distorted. One streak of sword energy after another was released from the long sword in her hand. It formed an enormous cage above the arena. Such a frenzied action urged virtually all of the true essence in her body. This was an explosive attack for the sake of survival. She would not allow herself to be careless. The cage formed by the sword she wrapped around her tightly. This was not an attack, but a defense. According to Ling Xiao's words, as long as she could survive Ling Xiao's attack, she would be fine. Therefore, she had to do her best to strengthen her defense. Violent true essence spilled out of the arena. Jian Luan shut his mouth. Compared to Ling Qiuyan, he was a pitiful reptile. He did not have the qualifications to mock Ling Qiuyan. "That's more like it." Ling Xiao hovered in midair, looking down coldly at the huge sword cage below. They were densely packed, completely enveloping Ling Qiuyan. Rather than calling it a cage, it would be better to call it a giant eggshell. This was because the sword she was so dense that no wind could pass through. In fact, Ling Xiao could have waited for his opponent's true essence to run out before making his move. But that would be meaningless. He wanted to completely destroy Ling Qiuyan's confidence. He wanted everyone to see that even though Ling Qiuyan had used her most powerful attack, it was still not enough. It was meaningless in front of him. Heaven-covering great palm imprint. A large hand reached out from the thick black clouds. It was wrapped in black lightning. The entire sky suddenly became dark. Countless people could not help swallowing their saliva. Such a spectacular scene, they had not seen it for a long time already. Too shocking. The huge palms slowly descended. As if the sky was falling down. At this time, even those people around also felt that terrifying pressure. They actually could not control their bodies and knelt on the ground. They looked at Ling Xiao in horror. What on earth happened during this period of time when this young man left? How can his body possess such terrifying power? Bang! The heaven-covering great palm imprint finally descended. It directly shattered that dense sword chi. The moment the sword chi came into contact with the heaven-covering palm, it felt as if they were thin pieces of wood. Completely unable to withstand the terrifying power. "No! I don't want to die!" Ling Qiuyan knew that she was finished. Looking up at the sky. The black great palm imprint was getting closer and closer. She wanted to escape, but her body could not move. That pressure was too terrifying, so terrifying that she did not have any chance to resist. Seeing this scene, the old fellows of Fighting Soul's sacred city shed tears. Their persistence had paid off. They originally thought that this time, Fighting Soul's sacred city would no longer have a chance to rise again. But the truth shocked them. They originally thought that this time, Fighting Soul's sacred city would be destroyed in the smoke and dust of history. But now, they were alive and well. And Ling Qiuyan, who humiliated Fighting Soul's sacred city, basically had no way to live. Rumble! The terrifying palm wind finally landed. It smashed the entire arena. Ling Qiuyan's life aura also disappeared. Being smashed by this palm, her entire body was turned into meat paste. Not to mention the inner core, even her soul could not escape. That proud woman. That insufferably arrogant woman. She actually fell to such an end. The only thing she did wrong was probably offending Ling Xiao. Not only did Di Taotian's death not weaken Fighting Soul's sacred city. Instead, it became stronger. The original second elder and third elder who were kneeling there were filled with regret. If they knew that Ling Xiao was so powerful, how could they escape from Fighting Soul's sacred city? There was only one path in front of him for the Golden Emperor. Either submit or die. There was no other choice. As the saying goes, a general's success is built on thousands of bones. Moreover, he wanted to become the strongest emperor in the history of the mystic world. An existence that surpassed the human king. If he couldn't be more ruthless, he wouldn't be able to do it. Of course, it was still too early to say that. First, he had to work hard to get first place in the 3,000 Sacred Cities ranking battle in 10 days. Only then would he be able to smoothly enter the Golden City to cultivate. If the Golden Heavenly region was compared to a sect, then the 4 great countries would be the outer sect, the 3,000 Sacred Cities would be the inner sect, and the Golden City would be the core. The people of Sword Soul Saint City had been killed. At this time, there were more than 100 martial artists from different sacred cities left here. They were a little frightened and uneasy. Ling Xiao was such a terrifying guy. If he really went crazy, he wouldn't give face to anyone. Lord Dharma Apostle, you can't sit back and do nothing. Ling Xiao is crazy. He's simply a murderous demon. Gu Qing looked at Dharma Apostle and said loudly. Dharma Apostle's face didn't look too good. F*CK, what should I do? This kid's strength is so strong that even I'm no match for him. What do you want me to do? Dharma Apostle was also very depressed. He didn't want to offend a lunatic like Ling Xiao. If he really offended him, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave alive. Ling Xiao also looked at Dharma Apostle indifferently. He also wanted to know what kind of performance this Dharma Apostle would have. Dharma Apostle was very uncomfortable under Ling Xiao's gaze. He was even a little scared. This Ling Xiao was too scary. He actually made him feel like he was facing the Law Lord. This was too strange. Dharma Apostle stood up. He cupped his hands at Ling Xiao and said, Young hero Ling, why don't you be the Sacred Lord yourself? With your strength, there's no problem in being the Sacred Lord. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Sacred Lord? The level is too low. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4337. Too low level? Dharma Apprentice smiled bitterly. So that was the case. He didn't put the position of Sacred Lord in his eyes at all. In that case, congratulations to Sacred Lord Jiangnan. You will officially become the Sacred Lord of Fighting Soul's sacred city. This news will also be conveyed to the other sacred cities at the same time. Dharma Apprentice was very cooperative. Nonsense, he would be killed if he didn't cooperate. Thank you, Sir Dharma Apprentice. How about this, when I'm done with the matters here, I'll invite you for a drink. Since Dharma Apprentice was obedient, Ling Xiao wouldn't disrespect him. He wasn't such an unreasonable person. Young hero Ling, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but I'm really busy with work. I have to announce the news of Jiangnan becoming a Sacred Lord as soon as possible. I believe you're looking forward to it too, right? Dharma Apprentice said with a smile. Not giving face? Ling Xiao sneered. No, stay, just stay. Dharma Apprentice wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Damn, this Ling Xiao was young, but his aura was amazing. That's right. Wan Hao, go prepare the wine and dishes. We must have a few drinks with Sir Dharma Apprentice later. Ling Xiao had to let Dharma Apprentice see how he dealt with the remaining 150 people. He wanted Dharma Apprentice to report this matter to Commandment's Sacred City. Otherwise, Commandment's Sacred City would look down on Fighting Soul's Sacred City in the next ranking battle of the 3,000 Sacred Cities. They wouldn't arrange a seat for them. At that time, it wouldn't be good to fall out with them. After Dharma Apprentice sat down, Wang Hao went to prepare the wine and dishes. Ling Xiao looked at the remaining people. What are you going to do? He was all smiles, like a benevolent Empress Dowager. However, after experiencing what happened just now, those people understood that this kid was a smiling tiger. A knife hidden in a smile. Ling Xiao, you have already offended Sword Soul's sacred city. Are you going to offend us too? There are 30 sacred lords here. You can't afford to offend them. Gu Qing saw Dharma Apprentice's expression and knew that he couldn't count on that coward. But they had 30 sacred lords and more than 100 city lords on their side. They weren't afraid of Ling Xiao. So, everyone is planning to become enemies with our Fighting Soul sacred city? Ling Xiao sneered. I don't dare. Gu Cheng hurriedly said. Leave some leeway when doing things, so that we can get along well in the future. We have already witnessed your strength. In the future, it would be impossible for them to become enemies with Fighting Soul's sacred city. Wouldn't it be better for us to bury the hatchet? That's what you all think too. Ling Xiao looked at the others and said. These people seemed to follow Gu Cheng's lead. Gu Cheng expressed this meaning, and they all nodded in agreement. The first elder and Jiangnan were very satisfied with this result. Offending one sword spirit sacred city was not scary, but offending dozens of sacred cities would be troublesome. Naturally, it would be best if things could end like this. However, they still underestimated Ling Xiao's determination. Was it going to end like this? Was that even possible? Ling Xiao was almost 100% sure that once Sword Soul's sacred city and Fighting Soul's sacred city started a war, these people would still stand on the side of Sword Soul's sacred city. Since that was the case, he might as well solve the problem now. What if I don't agree? Ling Xiao laughed. Hearing this, Gu Qing frowned and said, Then what do you want to do? Are you going to kill us as well? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Hee, I'm not bragging, it's easy for me to kill you all. But if you are willing to surrender to my Fighting Soul sacred city, I can spare your lives. Ling Xiao chuckled. Surrender? Ling Xiao, don't be wishful thinking. Even Sword Soul's sacred city doesn't dare to talk to us like this, and you want us to surrender? Gu Qing said disdainfully. If you don't surrender, die. Ling Zhao's voice suddenly became cold and sinister. Everyone was taken aback by his sudden outburst. The Dharma apprentice was even more terrified. This kid was too ruthless. Such a ruthless person would definitely become a great person in the future. He must not offend this person. Later on, he had to show his loyalty. He believed that Ling Xiao needed him, a Dharma apprentice, to act as a spy in Commandment's sacred city. Ha ha! Die! You think too highly of yourself. Gu Qing said disdainfully. You don't believe me? Then you can try. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Brothers, a warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Ling Xiao only killed Ling Qiuyan, and he's so arrogant. He even wants us to surrender. Listen to me, let's work together to kill him. Gu Qing called out to everyone. Kill! His rallying power was not small. At least half of them were willing to follow him. I'm willing to surrender to young hero Ling. Suddenly, a sacred lord compromised. Thinking about it, whether it was Ling Xiao or Han Myung-keo, they all displayed terrifying combat strength. If he could follow Ling Xiao, it would definitely be a good thing for him and his sacred city. I'm also willing to surrender, another person said. Out of the 30 sacred lords, a total of 10 were willing to surrender. It seemed that these people had good eyesight. Very good, but I'm doubtful of your loyalty. So, you must all eat the soul-absorbing pills I'm giving you. Ling Xiao took out a total of 50 soul-absorbing pills for the 10 sacred lords and 40 city lords. Don't worry, the soul-absorbing pills won't harm you at all. On the contrary, it can increase your cultivation speed. But if you want to betray me, the soul-absorbing pills will kill you. The soul-absorbing pill will take your life and turn you into pathetic puppets. Chapter 43-38. Those 100 men, including the saint lords and city lords, died on the spot without any chance to regret. The 50 men who had joined Ling Xiao were so scared that they started trembling. They were secretly glad that they had made the right choice. Among the dead men, there were the second and third elders from the disciplinary palace. Ling Xiao would never allow traitors to return. Not even if they turned over a new leaf. Betrayal was something he hated the most. Even if it was just once, he would never forgive it. All right, don't be afraid, let's go and have a good meal. Ling Xiao looked at the 50 men who had joined him and said with a smile. Plop! Including the law apprentice, all 51 men kneeled down. We will serve the boss until death do us part. All right, get up. I'm not that scary. Ling Xiao smiled and helped the law apprentice up. Since Master Law Apprentice is willing to help Ling Xiao, that's great. Let's go, we'll talk at the banquet. This banquet could be considered to be quite a joyous meal. Before the law apprentice left, he told Ling Xiao his name. His name was Zhang Huan. It wasn't a dazzling name. But as a law apprentice of the disciplinary palace, and a peak heavenly core warrior. In many places, that was something that could be said. The 10 sacred lords and 40 city lords also left after eating and drinking to their heart's content. Their alliance wouldn't be announced to the public for now. They would just secretly serve Ling Xiao as their leader. They would respectfully address Ling Xiao as their boss, or the Great Saint Lord. Just like that, Ling Xiao became the Great Saint Lord of 11 saint cities. Of course, aside from the Fighting Soul Sacred City, the other 10 saint cities still needed time to reorganize. Ling Xiao wasn't worried about that. He believed that the 10 saint lords would do a good job. In the future there would be a large number of Heavenly Empire's residents coming here to cultivate. Step by step, everyone was climbing towards the peak. 11 saint cities, naturally, they could accommodate more people than one saint city. After they left, Ling Xiao gathered all the people from Fighting Soul's Sacred City who had participated in the battle. Everyone, as you can see, the population of War Soul Sacred City has withered. But I've already brought in talents from outside. Soon, Fighting Soul Sacred City would prosper again. You don't have to worry about your status. I, Ling Xiao, only set 2 rules. The most important one is loyalty. Secondly, strength. If you're loyal enough to me and your strength can be ranked at the top, then you'll have a chance to climb up. As for resources, you don't have to worry. Since you've decided to stay, trust me, Ling Xiao. In that case, you will be no different from the people I recruited. Even the worst of you will get the resources and training you deserve. Of course, the higher one's strength and the higher one's ranking, the more resources one would receive. But I will not allow such things as internal strife. If I find out, I will immediately scram from War Soul's Sacred City. There will be no second chance. Did you hear that? I heard it. In fact, the people who stayed here were most worried that Ling Xiao would treat the newcomers differently after recruiting them. Ling Xiao's words were like a reassurance to them. Very good. Don't worry and go cultivate boldly. If you feel wronged outside, you can tell any of the city lords directly. They will support you. If they can't, Holy Lord Jiangnan will help you. If even Holy Lord Jiangnan can't do it, I will do it myself. We are Fighting Soul's Sacred City. When you do things, you must act like a warrior. Don't be afraid of offending people. As long as your request is reasonable, as long as it's not outrageous, as long as you don't take the initiative to bully others, you can do it. You can do it. Stick out your chest and raise your head. Don't lower your noble heads. Yes. Ling Xiao's words made the old fellow's blood boil with excitement. For so many years, they had been cautious and timid, not daring to offend anyone. But they were still bullied. Sometimes they wondered if they had done something wrong. But they didn't have the strength to change. Now Ling Xiao had made up their minds for them. Why would they be afraid? Today, I will say it here. In the entire 3,000 sacred cities, even Commandment's sacred city can't bully us. Ling Xiao smiled. He enjoyed the feeling of being treated as the backbone of the team and the boss of the team. No wonder so many people would fight to the death for power. General Zhao is back. After 3 days, Zhao Fengyun finally rushed back and brought back 100,000 people. These 100,000 people were also carefully selected. They gathered the top geniuses and capable people from Sky Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, White Tiger Continent, and Black Tortoise Continent. After all, the current population of the Heavenly Empire had exceeded 10 billion. It was easy to select 100,000 geniuses. This day was the day of calamity for Fighting Soul's Sacred City. This day was also the birthday of Fighting Soul's Sacred City. Quietly, an organization known as the Battle Alliance was born. It temporarily governed 11 sacred cities. Although these 11 holy cities were currently ranked around 1500, the holy cities were all ranked around 1500. But the future was definitely promising. Fighting Soul Sacred City was the headquarters of Fighting Soul Alliance. In the future, if there were outstanding martial artists in the other 10 sacred cities, they could also come to Fighting Soul's Sacred City to receive training. It was just like how martial artists like them dreamed of going to the Golden City. Setting the rules was actually very simple. Such rules were already very perfect in the Golden Heavenly Domain. It only needed to be changed slightly. Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about the various rankings. Every sacred city had its own way of selecting geniuses, as long as it was strictly followed. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about these things. Why did he have to get Jiang Nan to the position of Sacred Lord? Wasn't it just to be a hands-off shopkeeper? Jiang Nan was very knowledgeable about this matter. When everything in Fighting Soul Alliance began to operate in an orderly manner, Zhao Fengyun left again. Naturally, it was to find geniuses for Fighting Soul Alliance. Not only did they have to choose from the Heavenly Empire, this huge golden heavenly domain was also the cradle of talents. They couldn't miss it. While everything was operating in an orderly manner, Ling Xiao also continued his cultivation. After all, there was still the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. He didn't plan to use the Great Devil King in this battle. That was a deterrent power. Once it was used, it meant that either he planned to deter the enemy, or there was no other way. He still had to continue to improve his strength. But how could he improve his strength? It seemed that no one had come to cause trouble recently. His cultivation was different from others. He needed to constantly fight. Was there any place in the 3,000 sacred cities where he could fight? He planned to ask Jiang Nan. He believed that Jiang Nan was the clearest about this kind of thing. Thinking of this, he was about to get up and go, but he saw Jiang Nan personally looking for him. Sacred Lord Jiang Nan, you're a busy person. Why do you have time to look for me? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I say, Great Sacred Lord, you've done a good job of being a hands-off shopkeeper. You've exhausted me. But seeing this scene of prosperity, I'm happy in my heart. Jiang Nan looked at Ling Xiao, her eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come read the mobile version website.